Tonight, a new champion will be crowned here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A quest that began on November the 7th comes to a culmination here. A very good evening and welcome along to Champions Night here at the MODUS Super Series. And what an intriguing evening's worth of action we have got here in Portsmouth. A new name is guaranteed to be on the trophy at around about 11:15 tonight. And 6 players who will all feel they've got an equal opportunity of winning it. Alongside me on stage this evening to describe all the action is Paul Nicholson and Laura Turner. And guys, this is one of the best nights on the Super Series calendar, and it's always a great night when we get to introduce a new champion into proceedings.
Most definitely, and I think also the fact that only one person in the field tonight has been to a night like this before, it really does give opportunity to somebody to kickstart a career or even start one. In the case of someone like Rhys Colley or Tom Sykes tonight, some people like Ron Meulenkamp and maybe Scott Taylor, they want to get themselves going in the right direction for what they want to do in the future, but tonight is a big night and somebody's going to cash big.
As Paul said, only one player has previously made it through to a Champions Night. These are the players that are going to be in action this evening. And for every single player here, Laura, this is such a massive opportunity. Only John O'Shea has won a big televised title before.
Yeah, but he's one of those players. He hasn't actually had a win here at the Super Series. He was a runner-up here just last week. There's another player in the field that actually hasn't won here before, which is Ron Meulenkamp. And what an amazing opportunity. Their first MODUS Super Series weekly win could be here tonight in Champions Week. That's just amazing.
It really, really is. So those are the groups that are going to be in play this evening. Let's talk about the week then that's got us to this particular point. So the 6 best players, the 6 best winners based upon the averages of the week that they won, took part in Group A. That began at 9:30 on Monday morning. And we had a battle royale right to the very line between Tom Sykes and Scott Taylor. In the end, it was the Yorkshireman, Tom Sykes, that won his way through. The table, well, it really was from pretty much the first start dominated by them 2 players.
Yeah, the first 2 days it was a case of Sykes getting a perfect day, then 8 points the next day, and then obviously Taylor after that, he got 18 points after a couple of days, and we thought at that point this is just a 2-horse race between 2 players who are at a very similar level. However, we've probably lauded Scott Taylor a little bit more because he's got previous experience in other big tournaments. Tom Sykes is only just getting started, and his development over the last 6 months has been a privilege to watch. But the fact that he was able to get the job done in the 45th game of Group A, and the smile that was on his face, maybe 2 or 3 feet from here at that time, tells you just how much he's enjoying his darts at the minute.
What about Tom Sykes' performances so far this week has impressed you so much, Laura?
Yeah, I just think it's not just the level, but it's the consistency. Arguably, we could say the same about Scott Taylor as well. But for me, as Paul was just saying there, he's coming here with not that much experience, but he's built week on week. Every time we've seen him here, he's got better and better, and now finds himself in that fantastic spot of having a chance at that £20,000 prize fund. So to me, there's been a lot to like about Tom Sykes. So I'm hoping he's just had a good couple of days rest and he can come back here and do exactly what he did in Group A.
Well, Scott Taylor then had to move into Group B. Andy Bolton joined in there as well. And he was then joined by Rhys Colley, the next best winner of the week. And then the top 2 runners-up on the basis of their running averages. Scott Taylor really was the dominant force in this group, Paul. There was no hangover from Group A.
It can't be forgotten as well that Scott Taylor spoke to you in the last couple of days, and we've talked about his energy levels. He's played 2 consecutive weeks. He's doing what John Henderson did around about this time last year. He was running on empty in this group and still managed to be the best player. That tells you an awful lot about the spirit and the confidence of Scott at the minute. I think that doesn't come into play tonight because he's only got to play 4 matches potentially. He'll be hoping he's playing 4 matches. But the levels that we saw from someone who was flagging, it's incredible. Still averaging over 100 a couple of times, and still bringing the consistency from earlier in the week and when he won in week 12.
Rhys Colley came through in 2nd position. He's a player that every single time we see him here, Laura, he continues and continues to improve.
Yeah, very much. A bit like Tom Sykes. Colley's probably had a bit more, well, we've seen more of him over the last few years, but he just looks so comfortable here. He looks relaxed. He's that kind of character anyway, but he's just bringing out his best at the right time. And as I say, this to me tonight feels very, very open. If they can all bring their best game, I think all of them are in with a shout for that top prize.
Is he the type of player that could explode on the scene tonight if he picks this title up?
I think he's the type that can definitely live up to his namesake and cause a bit of chaos, because we've seen he's put in some amazing performances. And again, everything that's happened beforehand, yeah, they can draw confidence on it. They can bring that here to the Oki, but this is it. This is the last time. It's all down to how they just perform tonight.
As far as Ron Moulincan's concerned, he was the third player who made it through. 2 different nights as far as this Group B campaign's concerned, but you just get the feeling this is just going to be a completely fresh start tonight for him.
I think it's a free hit for Ron. He wasn't expected to be in Champions Week, and based on some of the things that happened in Group B over the last couple of days, he probably thought that maybe I'm going to be in the bottom 2, but he fought his way through some very, very tough fixtures. And don't be fooled. Moulincamp's still got a good game in him. He's had a couple of mid-90s performances in there with some decent finishing. If he's saving his best for last, this would be some story to be the first Dutch player to win this.
It most certainly would. Right, let's have a look at Group C and what happened there, because Cam Crabtree and John O'Shea were involved in a battle royale with Ryan Harrington, who just missed out on a Champions Night spot. We spent the last couple of days in the studio with Cam Crabtree, having topped the group on both days. He played so well, but I think what was also so impressive was the way he speaks about the game. For a 20-year-old, he speaks way above his years.
Yeah, you tend to find that with some of the players now coming through, the experiences they're getting, you know, in the development tour and just all around the circuit. They're coming with this level of experience that you probably don't expect for their age. But I think that's actually what I saw and admired the most with Cam, because he hadn't had the best Group A campaign, but he just picked it up. He drew a line under it. He said, right, this is it. You don't win in Group A. He needed to get through. He even said himself he actually found that more stressful than, you know, what it is to play in a finals night. If that's the case, then again, yeah, if he brings his best, he's really in with a shout.
Does that make him battle hardened then?
Yeah, I would say just because of his age, he's probably not as scarred as some of the players that have had that experience. You know, he hasn't had all the heartache that a lot of the other players would have had, but that's not necessarily a bad thing either. He's young, he's vibrant, he's really confident, and he just likes to let his darts do the talking, and that's why he topped the group.
Well, John O'Shea was the other player who made his way through, the 2019 Masters champion at the Circus Tavern. And he's, again, another player who's been here for a couple of years. Admittedly, he's only played 2 Group Cs, but yesterday it just felt pure business mode from the Irishman.
His focus has been brilliant the last couple of days. Even when he was struggling on Thursday with his first start dropping too low, he tinkered a little bit with his equipment and figured it out for the day. Came back Friday, looked more assured, and that first start showed up. If it shows up tonight, people have got problems with him. And John is supremely confident when he just knits a couple of things together. And I think there's one huge point with John tonight. He starts in game 1, and when he won the World Masters, and when he has been in this kind of atmosphere before, he lets everything go. This is what tonight's all about. Doesn't matter what your energy levels are like, doesn't matter what you're thinking, let it all go. And John O'Shea, if he lets it go tonight, it could be another big title for him.
Well, let's have a look and see what's happening this evening. So we know the 6 players that progress their way through to the finals. These are the games that we're going to be watching this evening. We saw the breakdown of the groups a little bit earlier on. Now, the first game of Group 1 will be followed by the first game of Group 2. That's going to be so on and so forth until we get to the semi-finals at 10 o'clock. The final will kick-start around about 11 p.m. And interesting that Paul was mentioning about John O'Shea being first on. In your mind, would there be a preference as to where in the match order you'd want to be?
I think every player is different. They're all going to have their own preferences. For me, a position like Scott Taylor's, where I can kind of see how the group's unfolding, that to me is perfect. But like I say, it doesn't really matter. That's where they're playing, so that's it. They just have to deal with it and then make sure that they produce their best. If they go out there, win both games, then happy days.
Well, so those are the fixtures that we're going to see this evening. Let's have a look and see what the odds compilers make of tonight's action. This is the all-important betting for this evening. Perhaps not a surprise that Scott Taylor and Tom Sykes are the 2 bookmakers' favourites. Are you thinking that the bookies are correct in saying that Scott should be just slightly ahead of Tom?
I'm not sure. I'd have them level. I think with the way that Sykes has been playing over the last few months, and it feels like he's building up to something, but Taylor's been here before, I'd have them level. I can't split them. You asked me the question yesterday, who wins it? And I said, one of those 2. I'm still of the same thinking, and the bookmakers seem to go with Taylor for experience and the fact that he's been here on a Champions Night previously. Let's see if they're right.
In terms of outsiders law and the 4 players who are just slightly outside on the betting, who do you think represents the best value in your eyes?
I'll be honest, I'm surprised to see John O'Shea sat there at 9-1. As you mentioned before, he's won the Win My World Masters previously, and that's not an easy tournament for anyone to win. So he has got experience. He's just coming back off of a couple of years on the Pro Tour as well. So, maybe some value in that, because if he walks up here, as Paul said, gets that first start right, plays like he can, has his business head on, if he walks away with the 20 grand check at the end, that wouldn't surprise me in the least.
I see him as a more likely winner than Ron Meulenkamp tonight. I think that's fair, based on the levels that we've seen over the last couple of days. So I'm quite surprised, like Laura is, to see him in the bottom 2.
Well, let's have a look at tonight's bet builder then and see what you've been having a punt on at home. It pays just under 11-1. Cam Cradge, you get the bet of Ron Meulenkamp at 11-10. Tom Sykes to win 4-2 or bet against John O'Shea at 11-10. And O'Shea to get the most 180s against Reece Colley at 13-8. It is 18+. BeGambleAware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Modus Super Series this evening. But it's almost time for Champions Night to get underway. And this is such a big occasion for every single player. For most of them, this is probably the biggest night of their darting lives.
Yeah, none of them have won £20,000 before. Not even John O'Shea. He got £18,000 for winning that World Masters nearly 5 years ago. So this is going to be financially the biggest night of their career. And you've spoken to Scott Taylor, you've spoken to the likes of Sykes. I think, maybe with the exception of O'Shea's win in the World Masters, this is the biggest night of everybody's career.
And in terms of someone like a Cam Crabtree who is trying to emerge on the scene, how much of a platform would a win like this tonight and a title like this be for a player that's trying to emerge on the scene?
Yeah, I think it would be absolutely massive. I think actually, as Paul was saying, I think it's going to be massive for whoever picks up that check, what they can do with it, how they can move forward within the sport, but also the confidence of winning a title like this will bring, and the attention it will get them. If they're not being noticed as much as they wanted to before, winning something like this, that will definitely get them noticed.
I think there's a feed-on effect as well. It's easy for us to stand here and say that Luke Littler won here twice and what he's gone on to do. That's the easy answer. But look at how it changed Conan Whitehead's life. It changed it for the better. It gave him a little bit of financial security. Everybody's got their own story. But for someone like Sykes tonight, he comes in, if he wins this, he's signed with a manufacturer recently. This is maybe the start of what could be an enormous career. And Scott Taylor wants that as well. More sponsors, more financial backing to do what they want to do in the future. It could be as simple as that.
We're looking forward to it, guys?
Absolutely.
Let's get it on.
And I tell you what, there's a massive crowd here in Portsmouth this evening that cannot wait to get the action underway. So we're not going to let them wait any longer because Champions Night is about to get underway here at the Modus Super Series. We kicks up with Tom Sykes, who's been a breakthrough star here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth over the last 3 weeks or so. He won Group A and he's in terrific form. And he takes on John O'Shea, the 2019 World Masters champion, looking to pick up another big televised title here at the Live Lounge. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with both players to get their assessments ahead of tonight. John, welcome to Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series. It's been a whirlwind couple of weeks for yourself. Just describe it from your perspective.
Yeah, look, I left Ireland last Wednesday, and got to the final against Scotty, and then I got an invite for the Champions Week. I'm still here. I'm probably a tourist now in Ireland when I go back, but yeah.
What were your expectations when you walked through the door first time last Thursday?
My expectations are always high. The bar is always high, but yeah, look, if it happens, it happens. There's for me, there's like a monster trying to get out, and someday it's going to come out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and look, I'm happy with what's after happening, unfolding. Like, I mean, if you offered me that last Wednesday in Cork Airport, I would have probably bit your hand off for it. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm happy with the way things have gone.
In terms of your overall play, how would you say that's gone so far? Where do you feel like you are on the scale of 1 to 10 with John O'Shea?
Like I said, I set my bar probably too high. So as regards to where I'm at the moment, I'm middle of the road, I'd say. There's still a lot. I know I keep saying this, but there's a lot in the tank, and it's still not come out. But it will come out. It will come out eventually, you know what I mean? Like, whether it's tonight, whether it'll be next week, whether it'll be in Hildesheim in 4 weeks' time, but it's going to come out. And that's what I need when it comes out. Look, I can play the game. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm a threat to anybody, It just depends whether I'm always up for it. I'm always up for the challenge, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I'll do my job. I'll do my job, you know.
We hope to see you do the job tonight, John. Good luck, and we wish you all the very best.
Not a bother. Thank you very much, sir.
Tom, welcome to Champions Night here at the MODUS Super Series. How are you feeling ahead of it?
Yeah, I'm excited to get going. I've had a couple of days off now, so yeah, it's been a bit of a boring couple of days, but I've kept going on the practice board, and hopefully we can keep it going from Wednesday.
Talk us through your Group A campaign, because you play some remarkable stuff at times.
Yeah, I like I said on Monday when you interviewed me on Monday, I've been playing well ever since I left here. Since I left here in week 10, I've been playing well, so I've kept it going, and hopefully I can keep it going tonight.
How big an occasion is this for yourself?
Yeah, it's massive. I've never been in something like this before, so maybe the nerves will get better of me, maybe not, but I don't know. We'll see what happens when we get up there. Well,
last time you were here, when you played in front of a crowd, you really did embrace it, and we saw you playing a belt match here before in front of a crowd, so it's nothing that's too alien to yourself.
No, I'm not scared about playing on stage in front of people, so it's just, I don't know what it is, but maybe I think I'll be all right.
Biggest night of your career so far?
Definitely, yeah, I'd say so.
And I've got to talk about family. You brought your dad down this week, who last time he was here when you won the week was an absolute character. Is he looking forward to tonight? Is it a family occasion as well for yourself?
Yeah. I've got a couple who come down now. My mum and my brother and my missus come down this morning, and a couple of my mates as well. So yeah, there's plenty here.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Tom. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Oh, what's that?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is finals night, and it's time to introduce the players. Would you please welcome to the stage Tom Sykes and the Joker, John O'Shea.
Here we go then. Match 1 of Champions Night is upon us. At a packed house in Portsmouth. They were queuing outside the door before 5 o'clock to get in to see tonight. Standing room only. And there are some familiar faces in the crowd tonight to see Tom Sykes, the Champions Week Group A winner, up against the former World Master. Who's going to get their name on the trophy alongside Whitehead, Raymond Smith, Luke Littler, and the previous champion from the last series, Jim McEwen. Could be a big night for Ireland if the 48-year-old from Cork can get his first weekly title here tonight, because he was a substitute player from week 12 coming into this Champions Week. But like Tom Sykes said, he won week 10. 3 more practice starts each. I'm the asset, Paul Nicholson. I'm alongside Laura Turner tonight. We are really eager to find out who's going to add their name to that list of champions, aren't we?
First leg, it's Tom to throw first.
Every time I look at
Game
the
on.
form that we've seen so far this week and the performances the players have put on and what we know about the players, I keep changing my mind. I think Tom was outstanding in Group A. We questioned a few times whether he could maintain it. Every time that question was asked, he found an answer. But playing someone with a lot of experience in this opener against John O'Shea.
100.
What we have from John immediately is a change of stem from what we saw yesterday. However, it's just a change of colour this time.
83.
He has changed stem types this week to try and find that formula where he can get that first start correct. He's gone full on Joker purple tonight.
Yeah, I'm liking
60.
it. And actually, I like the fact that he's stuck with what saw him play a lot better yesterday and secure his place here in Champions Night.
100.
I do believe there's a bit of a story with equipment for Tom Sykes in the last couple of days. He somewhat drastically needed some of these stems and flights to be delivered to Portsmouth, and he did get in touch with a
45.
well-known dart shop in the northwest of England, and they speedily got him the things that he needed down here to Portsmouth. So if you need help, you need
52.
assistance, don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah, and it was interesting to hear him talking prior to this match. I've always wondered, and we've always seen different players do different things with their days off when they do qualify via
98.
the Group A route. And Tom obviously saying he found it a bit boring. Just kept on practicing, and I like it.
Obviously got his business head on.
126.
This is a very good start from Tom. My only fear tonight for him was that if he got a slow start, because on Wednesday, when he was 18
58.
points
Don't you
into
require
Group
40.
A, he started with a loss on Wednesday, and at that point I was just
Game
wondering
on
what
the
would happen.
Thursday. Tom
But
Sykes.
he starts well tonight in 16 darts. He has the darts in the first game. If he gets away with a win
first.
in this first
Game
game of the night, he has to wait quite a long time before he plays Rhys Colley. That will be in game number 5.
139.
This is genuinely one of the best atmospheres I can remember on a Champions Night.
57.
We actually have another weekly champion in the crowd. Owen Bates is here tonight, supporting his friend Cam Crabtree.
He was having a chat with Cam, and
140.
the plan was to just kind of chill out today, kind of play a little bit of snooker, and just kind of take it easier and then start preparing for tonight. And couldn't think of a better
89.
sparring partner at the moment than Owen Bates.
Yeah, not bad at all. A man who won a title here just over a year ago. But Tom this week has been exceptional.
97.
96.77 is average for 15 matches in Group A, with 44% on the doubles. If we were to compare that to Pro Tour form, that would put him in the top 15 easily in the world. Treble 17 for John, leaves double 12.
101.
He'll be back.
You have to say the good response here from John O'Shea. Sykes needs a treble.
100.
Yeah, 2
Johnny
games each
requires
in their respective
24.
groups. The last thing you want in your first game is a heavy defeat. And that's an
He's on the
equaliser for
second
John
leg.
O'Shea in 14
John
darts.
O'Shea.
Good quality to start our Champions Night. It will be the
Delegates
Joker,
Tom to
it will
throw
be
first.
Sykes,
Game on.
and Chaos, Rhys Colley in group number 1. If you are new to the
60.
Super Series, the top 2 will go through to the semi-finals, and whoever finishes third will be out. Group 2, Scott
60.
Taylor, the favourite with the odds compilers. He's got Ron Meulenkamp, the bomb, and Cameron Crabtree to go up against over the next couple of
59.
hours. Semi-finals will start just after 10 o'clock, and the champion will be crowned just after 11. Saturday nights just feel so short
140.
compared to everything else in the week. It's such a cutthroat atmosphere, but we wouldn't change it for anything.
Absolutely, especially after the bumper double sessions as Tom Sykes finds the first 180 of this evening. And I expect that to be the first of many.
That's the 215th 180 of the week.
140.
Easily over that benchmark of 200. Largely due to the fact that in the first 2 days of the week we got 40 on
60.
both days.
Johnny McGuire, 161.
Almost an average of 3 180s a match. O'Shea, even though Tom has
90.
hit a
Johnny
maximum in
McGuire,
this third leg,
142.
does have the easier of the 2 outs that are left right here. Surprised to see Tom go for the 19s there. I was convinced he was going for the
58.
17s.
Johnny requires 71.
But this, already in the early stages, feels important. Single for tops.
31.
Chance to break
Johnny
is
require
gone.
84.
Single 14 for Bull. and he's missed the single 14. Mistakes like that
44.
could be
Johnny
really,
require 40.
really costly. He must forget about it, see what happens, and move on. Double 5.
Game
O'Shea
on the
finds
third
dart
leg.
3.
John O'Shea.
Big moment.
And how many times have we seen it so far this week? That last
leg, it's John
third
to
dart
throw
hitting the
first.
target with the opponent sat there on a double. The
Game
one
on.
that hurts the most if you're the one waiting to step up to the oche.
Oh yeah, the knife is in, and dart number 3 is just where you twist it a little bit. John, 87.52 for the week in his 10 games in Group C, and he's played in 2 Group Cs over the last
140.
couple of weeks. He's done exceptionally well in both of them. And don't be fooled, all of the talk coming into tonight was
85.
Sykes and Taylor. But O'Shea was 40% on doubles for his 2 days of action as well. That's world class. He's had some very, very good performances.
140.
In particular, yesterday, the one that stuck out was when he won with 102.56 average. If he can find a little bit more of
100.
that, you just wonder if it's in the stars that the Joker is going to get really serious here tonight.
60.
Yeah, he just came with a different level of professionalism yesterday. And we were talking about it earlier at the top of the show, and quite surprised to see him just 5th favourite underneath Ron Moulenkamp
100.
to take the title
Johnny
tonight.
Maguire, 161.
John's got 6 darts from here to give himself a 3-1 lead.
137.
There is a magical formula here on Saturday night that if you can do it in your 2 matches, you are guaranteed to be through. That's if you win one of your games
100.
and you have a
Johnny
positive leg
requires
difference.
24.
Winning big in your first match takes a lot of pressure off. And
Yeah,
that
he's
is a
on the
3-1
fourth
lead.
there.
O'Shea is
John
living
O'Shea.
in this 15 dart range. And he's averaging just shy of 92 here after
Fifth leg,
a
it's
somewhat
Tom to
slow
throw
first
first.
leg. He's been a better
Game
player
on.
since.
I agree. Again, we said there's been questions asked of Tom. Now he needs to try and find a way back. And as you just said there, even if he doesn't go on to win this match,
55.
I just think a hold, a throw here could be very important for Tom Sykes because leg difference could come into play.
Yeah, we were talking off the air yesterday and we were just looking at some of the intricacies of
57.
previous series. And we established that only one person who has won Group A in Champions Week has gone on to win the whole thing.
57.
That was Luke Littler in Series 3. Either side of that win for Luke, it's not been the Group A winner that has won it. They've had to usurp 2 groups,
99.
or indeed in Jim McEwen's case, Group C. He's the only person to have done that.
59.
It's not quite there for Sykes at the minute. It's mid-80s stuff. And O'Shea has got the throw against the darts and has used it
95.
quite effectively here.
Yeah, not the levels that we saw that saw him catapult into a victory in Group A, but that is much better.
180.
He's got 37 180s for the week now, Tom Sykes. One shy of the person who's got the most.
85.
Scott Taylor's
Johnny
got
require
38.
150.
But think about that Scott Taylor actually played 2 days extra.
Exactly. John O'Shea has left a bogey number. Not for the first time this week. It's a bit of rare comfort here for Tom, who really does
90.
need to take care of that next time. At worst, he's got to get closer to John, even if he loses.
95.
Agreed. But
Tommy
Tom Sykes
requires 60.
only shot a double came in that opening leg. He's now got 2 for tops.
Double 10. And hit it quickly. You don't want that to fall out.
40.
This is a match-winning chance for the Joker.
Johnny requires 70.
I had a sneaky suspicion that John might catch Tom cold. And he has.
Shot and the match.
Double lipstick
John
for John
O'Shea.
O'Shea, who wins by 4 legs to 1. And now when he goes into his second game against Rhys Colley, he doesn't even have to win that match to be in the semi-finals. He just needs a certain amount of legs to get there. That is huge for John O'Shea, and now Tom Sykes has got an uphill battle if he wants to make the Final Four here in the Series 6 Champions Week. So we go through to group number 2 now, and we are going to have Scott Taylor, the favourite to win the title tonight, up against the Bon, Ron Meulenkamp.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first game of Champions Night has been completed, and we've seen John O'Shea get the better of the bookie's second favourite Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 1. A very good display as well, average above the 90 mark there for the Joker. Tom Sykes, the second favourite. John O'Shea was the outsider to lift this trophy. This is what they're playing for come the end of tonight. At around about 11:15, somebody on that stage behind me will be lifting that for the very first time. They'll be calling themselves a Super Series champion, and they will be £20,000 better off. Well, our second game of the evening features the only player who has previously had a tilt at this particular title. Scott Taylor, the only player to make a second appearance at Champions Night. He was a semi-finalist back in Series 3. He lost out in the semis to Luke Little, although he's not the only player to have done that in recent times. His first opponent this evening is Ron Meulenkamp, the Dutchman, an ADC European qualifier, hoping to go one step better than Moreno Michels did in the previous series. Well, Ron is hoping to pick up the title. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with him to discuss what's been quite a chaotic week.
In the group was very early in my favor, so I could relax a little bit afterwards. Maybe I wanted to do more, but I also had today in my mind, so yeah, I think I handled it quite well.
So going into today, almost a write-off last night to a certain extent for yourself, just going today fresh-minded?
Yeah, 100%. Yesterday was totally different. Don't want to go too many in details because everything is behind now and I have to look forward. And now this is the biggest challenge, maybe of the year. You never know. But this is a big challenge and you want to come out really good. So I'm preparing myself really well and we'll see how it goes.
You've been involved in many big occasions in your career in both the PDC and the BDO Code, but where does this compare tonight?
Well, the thing is that I split my life in two parts, you know, like the young one, the BDO, and you reach Lakeside and can't do anything there, and then go to the PDC, did some good stuff. And after that, my life changed a little bit, and now I'm really like 6 months on the way up, and this comes on my path. So I think that gives a sign I'm on the good way again.
Well, Chris Mason's the only commentator to have ever won here at the MODUS Super Series. You're a broadcaster back home. That'd be a nice little one to add to the collection, wouldn't it, next time you're on the telly?
Yeah, 100%. We like to chat about darts and we like to do also chat about our own performance. But the main thing is that I prove myself that I'm on my good way and there's a lot of things to come. I know that because I'm putting the effort in. I know the talent is there, the hard work, and the combination of that can go a long way for me. But I have to still do it on a consistent base, and now is a little bit on and off. But when I'm on. I can beat anyone, and when I'm off, I need to clear that in my mind, and then more positive things. Yeah.
We talk well about the game. We hope you play a good game tonight. One, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Scott, here we are, the big night once again here at the MODUS Super Series. How much looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I feel great today. Hopefully, the game comes out on the board and see what happens.
How important has rest and recuperation been after the last couple of weeks?
It's been important. Last night I didn't feel too great, but I woke up this morning, I feel great, ready to go.
Adrenaline buzz, all in action?
Yeah, definitely. How can it not be?
Mm-hmm. And this is such a big night for yourself. I mean, you're one of only a handful of players who have made 2 Champions nights. Does that experience possibly help you to a certain extent?
I hope so. We'll see when we get out there, but I just got to concentrate on first game and see what happens after that.
And for yourself, we've been speaking about the journey that you've been on for the last year or so. Could this be almost a combination or mountain climbed in that particular journey for yourself this evening?
Well, I hope so, but I've just got to concentrate on one dart at a time and get rid of Ron first and see what happens.
We wish you all the very best this evening. Scott, all the very best of luck.
Cheers, pal.
Until you give me one. But he's had one of these hit against him already today, has Steve Hine, and there's another one.
Doesn't have the longest streak of wins. Scott Taylor has got a 1-4-1 though for a 15 darter. Taylor for 112 to stop Ross from getting a shot at that very number. Double top. That's why we rate him, because he's just very, very good.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is Champions Night, and it's time to introduce the players. Would you please welcome to the stage Scott Taylor and Ron the Bomb Moulenkamp.
John O'Shea has done his job in his first game, and that's in Group 1. Now we go to Group 2, which involves Scott Taylor, adorned in red and black, up against the sole survivor of Series 6 from the Netherlands. This man has only got a few hours left of what's been a marathon fortnight. But the Bomb will feel fairly relaxed, potentially, because he's not the favourite tonight. Energised because he's played a couple of evening sessions, which is only 8 games. Whereas Scott Taylor, this week, Laura, has played 23.
Yeah, and like you say, if you couple that with what he did the week before to make it through to Champions Week, it's been a long, hard slog for Scott Taylor, but he hasn't disappointed. He's managed to
First
maintain
leg, it's
those
Scott
energy
to
levels
throw
and
first.
that high
Game
level
on.
of play throughout. It's interesting to hear him say he was flagging a bit yesterday, but still produced some top-end darts.
121.
Already, with those first 2 darts in the 60, everybody's on notice. Because if he starts hot tonight, he can maintain it.
41.
It was almost kind of a warning shot, really, because what he was saying, he feels refreshed, he feels good. If that's the case, then I think we're going to see
140.
much more of this.
I agree. And they are poles apart when it comes to output, average-wise. They're almost 9 points apart.
140.
Think about the amount of games that Scott Taylor's played over the last couple of weeks. My word, he's been put through the ringer. Played 27 last week. 23 this week, so he's got the bullseye amount of games in the fortnight. He'd like to make it 54. But the first maximum of this game goes to the bomb.
180.
Looking to become the second Dutch player to make a final here on a Champions Night,
85.
behind Marino Michaels,
Ronnie
who
Require,
made the final in the previous
140.
series, losing out to Jim McEwen. Taylor's been very flamboyant with some of his finishing over the last couple of weeks.
100.
This is the kind of night where you don't care how it goes, as long as it goes. No shot at tops.
58.
But Ron's got one.
Ronnie Require, 40.
And this would be for a very early breaker throw.
Game
And
shot
it
the
is a breaker
first
throw.
day. Ron Muhlenkamp.
Yeah, that 180 really did turn the match around there, or the leg around there for Ron Muhlenkamp.
Yeah, this could be
Second leg, it's Ron to
a
throw
real
first.
career
Game
restart for Ron Muhlenkamp tonight. Could become the first Dutch player to win here in a Champions Night, and the first left-hander as well. He is starting like he's lit the fuse.
180.
Wonderful darts, and Scott Taylor is definitely on notice. Make no mistake, Ron has not played this
100.
well at the start of a match at any point this week. But this is where experience really tells. He's played international darts, Lakeside, Ali Pali, and all sorts of other tournaments. He's played World Grand Prix
45.
darts as well. A lot of people tend to forget that. He's played in front of a lot of fans,
140.
and he will be chomping at the bit tonight.
Yeah, I guess if you're someone like Ron Muhlenkamp, who probably didn't expect to be here at this week, obviously didn't win his week. And a lot of the results in his campaign, they
100.
went 4-3, they were very tight. He became, as we were saying yesterday, kind of a last leg merchant. He seemed to be able to find a way to win.
180.
Third 180 of the game, and the first for Taylor. This game really could light up this place. He may have to hit that 81. Considering what Ron's done after 12.
81.
Pressure. Is it for tyres? It
Game
is.
shot in the second leg.
A hot spot for
Scott
Taylor
Taylor.
to start his campaign off. This is a wonderful match.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
I always knew that
Game
tonight
on.
was going to be special. But you can't predict games like this.
You really can't. What I've liked about Ron, he struggled ever so slightly. You were mentioning it before. He can lose that
60.
line. He's worked very, very hard to on his throat. Doesn't seem any signs of any issues with it tonight.
Commentator's curse.
Absolutely. Just hanging my head there.
41.
And that's what he struggled with this week. When that release is just a bit off, he loses the line. Tends not to be the weight as much.
72.
Ron's average for the week, 86.24. Not that dissimilar to Cam Crabtree, who was also in this group. 35% on doubles. You can do a lot with that. Averaging 180 per game coming into tonight.
140.
He's already got 2 in this one. Taylor's one of 2 people who have caught a big fish this week as well. The other one being Crabtree, who again is the other person in this group.
91.
I think all the players, they really have kind of set the expectations. And again, this is a match that isn't disappointing.
Just how big
81.
is this financially tonight for these players, Laura? Because we dug into the history books and we know definitively that every player who's playing here tonight has
85.
not cashed £20,000 in one tournament before. In fact, most of these players, their best check is their weekly win, which is the same for Scott Taylor. However, on 4 different occasions, Ron Meulenkamp has cashed $15,000 for making the PDC World Championship
59.
round 2.
I think it's absolutely massive that what that can just do to help you push on with your darting career. It's
58.
not cheap. Most players, they work full time, so it just gives you that extra bit of leeway, you know, adds to help support the family. It's huge.
Every single person who has won one of these Saturday nights at the end of a series, the money has gone to
60.
something very
You require
important.
135.
Well, the bull is shielded.
63. Ron
Bare
require
minimum from Scott there
120.
till he's 72. He's not too pleased with that ever. However, Ron's got 120. Ideal first start. He's going to have to traverse the ocky here to make sure he gets a shot at tops. He'll go the other side. This is for another break of throw.
Game shot the third leg. Ron
I
Meulenkamp.
think he enjoyed that, and he's got every right to feel that way.
Yeah, Meulenkamp 2 from
Well, there
2
it's
on the
Ron to
doubles.
throw first.
Finds himself 2-1 up over Scott
Game
Taylor,
on.
but this isn't unfamiliar territory. Meulenkamp was leading in their match yesterday. Rather bizarre encounter, which Scott Taylor did run out a 4-3 winner. Scott's been here before. He's been in this position over the last couple of weeks, and sometimes he needs something lit underneath him. He needs to be behind because
100.
he throws with that level of aggression that you can't necessarily manufacture.
I think at times this week Scott has been trying to manufacture
96.
energy from somewhere. I think he's done an incredible job over the last couple of weeks to try and keep his energy levels sufficient enough.
61.
How much of a factor is it that Scott has beaten Ron twice this week already?
I guess coming into it, Scott would have, you know, the confidence that he can beat Ron even when he's behind. He's come back and he knows how to win. But
140.
I've always said, you know, this is all on the night. This is so different. It's real now.
Absolutely. Lots of money on the line and legacy on the line as well, because
78.
once your name is etched onto that trophy, it will never be erased. And it's very poignant when Luke Littler won it for the
98.
second time. He lifted the trophy to his eyes and looked at his name that was on it. And he got quite emotional at the fact that it was going to be on there for a second time. Nobody else has done that. Not yet.
50.
It's
So
not
you
gonna happen
require
tonight.
167.
Break back opportunity on. Yeah, didn't have to go for it. with
70.
Ron back on 2-1-2, but not well executed from Scott Taylor.
Yeah, I think he's wishing that he did go for it now. One of the reasons why Taylor has been lauded as the favourite coming into this final night of Series 6
45.
is because
So require
his
97.
bad game has been better than anybody else's. Sometimes his
57.
bad game is as good as an 88 average.
67.
Well, the 57's gone. Needs 110 more. This would be bone shaking. A gasp for the bull.
128.
Well, the weight of dart was perfect,
Got you required
but again,
40.
it's the line that lets him down.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Get that one quickly, Scott.
Scott Taylor.
When it wobbles just a little bit in the tops there, I always get a little bit nervous and I always run to get it out, just in case it doesn't
Declare
count.
it
But this
Scott
one is
to
very
throw
tight.
first.
Just like that game that you listed a bit
Game
earlier in the
on.
match, Laura. Could well go 4-3, which means that both players are still very much alive in Group 2 alongside Cam Crabtree.
Yeah, Scott Taylor didn't look like he was
96.
particularly in the mood to be rushed even to get that winning double.
There may be some people out there who think that the pace of Ron does not suit anybody else here tonight,
81.
because he's more deliberate, he aims a bit more, whereas Taylor gets on with it, like everybody else who's here tonight.
100.
But the thing that refutes that is that Taylor has won against this guy twice already this week. He's just got to be patient.
83.
Yeah, it's okay being patient, but time does run out. A best of 7, it's very quick. It can be over in the blink of an
57.
eye.
Yeah, some people's participation in a Champions Night has lasted about an hour. And I'm talking about people who play 2 games in the first 3. However, John O'Shea, who
140.
plays against Rhys Colley next, he only needs legs to get into the final 4. But if he wins against Colley, he will win that group.
46.
And sneakily, without speaking to Tom Sykes, I think that's what he wants. I think he wants O'Shea to win that group so he can have a straight shootout with Colley in game 5.
It would be the most simple
85.
outcome. You don't want to go up there. I sometimes think it's the worst thing for players going up there knowing you need 1 leg, 2 legs, 3 legs. Focus on the win.
105.
Brilliant focus there from Taylor.
Require 112.
Could have gone aggressive on the 60, but decided to make the right call. Wanted to get the 2-dart range. He has done that. 60 for double 16 left. Does he find this ton plus out?
80.
He's closer.
Scott, you require 97.
He's risking being behind now. Or is he?
33.
Shake of the head from
Scott, you
Taylor
require 32.
as he gets nowhere near the double, unfortunately. Muhlenkamp has got double 8 for another break of throw. It is another break of throw.
Ron Muhlenkamp.
He'll feel pretty lonely tonight, Ron Muhlenkamp. The majority of this crowd are from England.
Sickberg gets Ron to throw first.
But he gets this win. I don't think he'll mind too
Game
much.
on.
Every leg so far going with break of throw. Ron Muhlenkamp desperately hoping that he can hold on here.
You've played for many years, Laura, and you've probably been involved in games like this. Just how infuriating is it when every leg
55.
is going against the darts?
Oh, very much so. Yeah, it's a frustrating sport when things don't quite go your way, but perhaps this is the
140.
to see it in the reaction there in Scott Taylor's face. That's what we were talking about, that aggression, that kind of attitude of it's not quite going right, just throw him harder.
I'd like to tell you that this is inaccurate, but Scott is the player this week who has been closest to
134.
punching the board. And he has been staring at that board like it is his
60.
worst enemy for the last few days.
Yeah, funny enough, I think that did come in the match against Ron, his very last match of the Group B campaign.
Well, maybe it's something about this fixture that seems to anger him just a little bit more. However, that 140 from
140.
Muhlenkamp puts Scott firmly in trouble. But he will be first to a finish.
140.
I had that barrage of 180s at the start of the match. They've completely dried up since.
Yeah, well, there is a lot on the line for these players.
Oh, that's an extraordinary 140.
Scott, you require 161.
Can Taylor do this to stay in the match? He can't. Ron has played
64.
one of his best games of the
Ronnie
entire
required
week
32.
in this match. Over 95 the average. The doubles are very effective. Last time he was on 32, he hit double 4 at the end. This time he doesn't need it. And he wins by
Ron
4 legs to
Muhlenkamp.
2. He's in a very similar position to that of John O'Shea, who only just needs legs to get through to the final 4. Muhlenkamp, well, we'll talk about his permutations when we return, because that's what we've just seen. Scott Taylor is in trouble in Group 2. And the two fancied players coming into this Saturday night, they've both lost in their first matches. What a great story so far for the underdogs, who were listed by the odds compilers a little bit earlier on. So, O'Shea, if he wins the next match, he's in the Final Four and is the first person there. He's up against Chaos, Rhys Colley.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the favourites continue to fall in the group stages here at Champions Night. The latest, the bookies' favourite to go on and lift this title at around about 11:15 this evening. Scott Taylor losing out 4-2 to Ron Moulenkamp. Moulenkamp, who's put last night behind him and is in very good form at the beginning of this evening. Well, we now going to inject a bit of chaos upon Champions Night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as Rhys Colley begins his campaign here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Champions Night. A former winner of the British Open, he became an England international for the first time last year, and he made his debut at the WDF World Championships at the Lakeside back in December. Is his trajectory in an upward direction going to culminate in him lifting this later on this evening? We are about to find out. Earlier on this evening, I caught up with him to get his assessment on what is a big night. Here we are then, MODUS Super Series Champions Night. How would you assess upon this week so far?
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, happy to be in the finals night, and just looking forward to be playing on there now. Just can't wait to play.
How would you assess your performances over the last couple of days?
Average, to be honest. So obviously, I've had a couple of good games against Scott, but overall, I'm just happy to get through. Like, you know what I mean. So whoever I won, they really matter, but I'm just happy to be in the finals, to be honest.
I feel like you're the type of person that maybe this evening's going to take every game as it comes.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, well, if I win, happy days. If I don't, I don't. It is what it is. The main thing is I'm here, and I'll just enjoy every moment on there. Like, yeah. So
we spoke yesterday about how your career is slowly but surely going in that upwards direction. This would be another massive feather in the cap, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. obviously if I lift that trophy, he'd be 100% at the top of the at the top, right? So, but nah, what will be will be. I'll say it every time, and I'll just call wait to play now. Yeah.
The Dudley Massive about?
Yeah, there's a few here. Yeah, I think there's about. Well, it was meant to be 20 odd, but there's about 15, something like that. So yeah, there's a few down.
There's a lot to support you, and I'm sure there's a lot supporting you at home tonight. Reece, all the very best. Good luck.
Cheers, Emmy. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is Champions Night, and it's time to introduce the players. Please welcome to the stage the Joker, John O'Shea, and it's Chaos, Reece Colley.
And Colley has already seen one of the favourites lose his first game this evening. And it may just be an opening that Colley refuses
First leg, it's John to throw
take.
first. Game on.
Yeah, as you say, Tom Sykes, he just sat out the back watching the outcome, watching the results. I think potentially the best result for him, as you mentioned, would be a win for John O'Shea. Then it would just come down to a bit of a shootout. But Reece Colley, I think, will have other ideas.
60.
And we haven't had a 9-dart shootout to separate a group on a Saturday night for something approaching 18 months now, which is quite remarkable, really. But if we're going to get one in this group, Reece Colley would have to win 4-1. And then Tom Sykes would have to win 4-1. Don't have to wait long for our first maximum here. And the Agent of Chaos is already causing trouble.
131.
Simply put, John O'Shea wins this match, he wins the group. However, the baseline is this. If he wins, great. If he doesn't, and loses 4-2 or 4-3, he's still through. He starts with a purpose.
60. Johnny
He's
require
playing at the minute,
81.
Laura, as if that 20 grand check is going to be his.
Yeah, double 12. Double 6 for a 12 dart opening leg.
69.
Okay, doesn't go, but no real damage. But as you say, playing with some real intention here. I don't think he's thinking legs. I think he's thinking win.
That's a strong mindset.
100.
And it's the right one as
Johnny
well.
required 12.
Double 6. Very
Game shown
good.
the first leg.
Doesn't
John
seem to be
O'Shea.
finding his way to tertiary doubles or even further down the track here tonight.
Second leg is Reece to
The
throw
Joker
first.
started with 40% on doubles in his first match. Had 10 opportunities at the outer ring and took 4 of them.
125.
But when you're on 12s and 6s, the last thing you want to do is find your way to 3s, and John didn't need that. One more leg
60.
in this contest, and the Joker will be through to the final 4.
140.
Yeah, good reply there from Colley.
It's a really odd dynamic, I think, for Reece Colley coming into game 3. It's almost as if he's got a double chance.
58.
He sees the person lose, then he plays the person who wins, and that means, and this is the spot that I'd want to be in on a Saturday night,
100.
because even if he loses the game, all he's got to do with the next one is just win that. It undercomplicates the situation, in my opinion.
Yeah, it does. It does. So say, we were speaking about it earlier, weren't we? And I'm one of those players that
136.
probably likes to see what they've got to do towards the end. But Collie finds himself in a good position.
96.
No collie wobbles in this leg. Double top after 12 is a distinct improvement
46.
on what he did in leg
Ratio
1.
required 40.
And he's got fans here tonight and friends. That's aggressive
Game on the second
and
leg.
very confident.
Reece Colley.
A lot of players would have bust that shot with John O'Shea even so far out of the finishing zone. But obviously Colley, who talked a very relaxed game in his interview with Henry, seems to be in a very good place.
But that's very much Reece Colley, isn't it? He's that type of person, that type of player. But I like the fact that he's feeling more confident and he's bringing that here tonight.
95.
Can't miss him in that shirt.
No, this was the shirt we were treated to back on Thursday. Did have a rather fetching, kind of more Aston Villa themed shirt last night, but let me just tell you, they're all chaotic.
Aren't they just?
135.
Reece Colley's a very good counter. I just wonder where he's going to go with the first dart on the next shot, because the elite
98.
counters, when they're seeing an opponent in the finishing zone, all go 19s. And Reece has missed a trick here. You get 4 19s and 25, you can leave a finish. 4 20s, and the 25 doesn't leave the finish. So, tiniest sign of weakness there from Chaos.
It just gives O'Shea an opportunity there to tee up. Hasn't made the most of it, but we'll be back for 66. But what pressure will he be under?
That is a shot
60.
that can
Johnny
put him through.
66.
Double 18.
$57.
Fine margins.
Ratio required
That's what darts is
160.
all about. Can Colley steal this leg? Can he get past that dart? Wonderful.
9.
He can't find double 18 either.
Johnny required 9.
Beautiful single.
Game shown.
John O'Shea is the first name in the final four. We don't know whether he's going to win the group yet, but he is there. By virtue of that wide margin against Tom Sykes. That means the Joker is not kidding around tonight.
100.
No, and I like the reaction there from John. He's been able to kind of keep that big persona, those big kind of celebrations just under control. But you can see they're simmering, and he knew how important that was because he quite easily could have lost the leg.
I think the mentality that you talked about at the start of this match, Laura, one of wanting to win the match instead of winning legs.
55.
Keep it going. You come into a night like this and you think to yourself, win 4 games and you are the man. Don't take your foot off the gas now and think that 3's good enough.
60.
You want to keep that winning feeling brimming.
Yeah, especially on a night like tonight. You want to kind of be able to win Champions Week and say, I won every game that night. You just want to, as you say, keep the winning mentality going.
Reece Colley this week has averaged 87.5, and he didn't even think he played that well. His doubles were 29%.
140.
So from that perspective, I can actually agree with him because his doubles can improve by as much as 15%, in my opinion. And he has got the least amount of 180s of any player coming into this Saturday night. Just the 6.
135. Ratio required 112.
But maintaining that kind of average with that double percentage check out as Reece Colley looks at 32 and it can't convert it. That to me tells me the scoring was very good. Not maybe the maximum hitting, but the 140s and the 100s. He gave himself more opportunities at double, just couldn't convert quick enough, but did enough to get here.
Yeah, it's a very solid foundation he's got with his game at the minute, but I see improvement coming in the future. Double 9.
23.
That's an invitation for O'Shea to get a
Require
3-1 lead, but it's a big ask.
140.
His biggest finish of the week, 142. And that one was not worried.
60. Reach require 9.
Can Reece Colley take the checkout that John has just completed?
Game John the
He can, but a different way.
Reece Colley.
And there are some chaos shirts out there, particularly in the back left.
Fifth leg is John to throw first.
Fabulous
Game on.
atmosphere here tonight. If you've never been to a Champions Night before and you're a big darts fan, you might want to get tickets for a night like this
96.
fast for Series 7 because these ones sold out quicker than any other night.
Yeah, great to see a packed house. And as you say, it's completely buzzing down
95.
there on the floor.
And I think because you've got about 100 people in here and everybody wants to give these two players the best of order, it almost creates
100.
a little more tension because you've got to be quiet. This is not Aberdeen, this is not Berlin, this is not Dublin. This is Portsmouth where
60.
it's intimate. Everybody's close together and the tension can be cut with a chainsaw.
Yeah, at times, especially in poignant moments, you can kind of hear a pin drop.
60.
You don't want to even get up off your chair, do you? But it's great to see so many people here.
100.
Very, very even this game. Only 11 points separate them before these darts are thrown.
84.
We have seen a 161 this week. A couple of times from the same player.
95.
Certain Andy Bolton, who
Only
was
require
very magnanimous on
161.
social media today about his exit. Not making Saturday night in Champions Week for the second time in his career. But we will see Andy again of that.
99. Which
absolutely
require
certain.
161.
Arguably, I'd say of all the players in the field, Andy Bolton was probably the most unlucky not to have made it. But finished off his campaign with 2 4-0 wins.
Johnny requires 62.
62 for 3-2. Can he find it?
Game John
Brilliant from O'Shea.
John
He stops
O'Shea.
Colley getting a shot at something that he's already completed tonight.
Sixth leg is
To
Reece
win a
to throw
match.
first.
This is Group 1, remember.
70.
And whoever wins this group will be involved in semi-final 1. Whoever is runner-up will be in semi-final 2.
99.
Yeah, and I do think Tom Sykes will be in that back practice room, hoping that John O'Shea could now finish the job, because as you say, John O'Shea's definitely through no matter what.
100.
It would just slightly uncomplicate matters.
Don't forget as well, there is a possibility that you can play someone twice on a night like this.
180.
Sneakily, as we get our third 180 in this game from John O'Shea. I think Tom Sykes wants to get through and would love to play John in the final. But there's a long way to go before we get there.
Well, we have seen it previously where you do lose in the round robin stages to your opponent, meet them again in the
100.
final and do find a way to get the victory. It's been done.
The words of John as well in his interview prior to that first game. He said his game is there to come out.
180.
He wasn't
Johnny
putting any
require
pressure on tonight. He said,
122.
sometime soon, my game is going to come out. Doesn't get a shot at the bull. Full
90.
credit to Reece,
Reece
who
requires
found his first
51.
maximum of Saturday night to leave this 51.
Game John the
We have a
sixth
level
leg.
game, and for the
Reece
first time
Colley.
tonight, we go the distance.
7th and final leg.
If
it's
Reece
John to
Colley
throw
wins
first.
this leg,
Game on.
Tom Sykes may be in big trouble, because he would have to beat Colley in the next game in this group
100.
by a certain distance.
It's not impossible. It has been done. We have seen it in recent weeks
59.
be done. but it does add a lot of additional pressure. And how he would deal with that.
I think the person you're referring to is someone who was here this week.
Yeah, Ryan Harrington.
48.
Yeah, he missed out on Group C this week. Found himself eventually in 4th position after being in a very advantageous position
40.
to possibly get top 2. Just faltered at the end. Still had a very admirable campaign. Right now, Tom Sykes, in this former church, has got his hands together, praying that O'Shea does him a big favour.
You've referenced it a few times. People look up when they need help, and I think Tom will be staring at that
94.
ceiling, hoping something will help him.
Well, this is the fine margin of Saturday night. John wins this leg, which is looking very likely at this point. It gives Tom more
99.
room for error in Game 5. Against Collie, if he was to win this leg, the margins
140.
would be as
Johnny
tight as they
Maguire,
could possibly be
114.
here in any finals night. Collie has left a bogey number. John's left tops.
94.
And that was for the match. Here he comes.
100.
Fancied more.
Johnny required 20.
Does he return? Or does John O'Shea win Group 1 and cement his place in semi-final 1?
No score.
Not yet.
Wow. Couldn't have got much closer with that third dart of the first dart, but
Risha requires
huge
68.
opportunity here for Reece Colley.
No other double on the board has caused him more problems this week than double 10. Double top.
48.
Start missed by Collie.
Johnny required 20.
Positive self-talk from John. And a winner of Group 1. He knew he was through, I'm sure, but he wins the group by beating both of the people in the group with him. Sykes and Collie can't handle the Joker. They may meet him again a little bit later on, but it's going to be a shootout in Game 5 now between Collie and Tom Sykes. And I think Tom from Yorkshire is breathing a sigh of relief because he wanted that to happen instead of Reece winning that game. John O'Shea, without the best performance of his week, has still won by 4 legs to 3. Before we go back to Group 2, it will be the Bomb looking to do what John's just done against Cameron Crabtree, the last first game participant of the night.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Champions Night, where we have seen our first last leg decider of the evening, and we have confirmed our first semi-finalist, John O'Shea, getting over the line, but just against Reece Colley by 4 legs to 3. He's one step closer to lifting this title. Well, the last player we're yet to see this evening is Cam Crabtree, the 20-year-old from Croydon, who finished just outside the automatic spots on the Challenge Tour in 2023. He's hoping to kickstart this year with this title in his hand. He takes on Ron Mullenkamp, who's already been in the winners and close this evening, getting the better of Scott Taylor. As for Cam, well, this is the biggest night of his career so far, and I caught up with him earlier on this evening. Cam, here we are, Champions Night for yourself. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, definitely. Yes, hopefully I'll be packed, atmosphere in there, and we can produce some good darts.
How would you assess the way you've played this week?
Interesting. Didn't start off very well, but I've kind of built my way up, and I've started to. There were games at the start of the week that I probably could have won and I didn't, and then as times went on, I've started to take those chances a bit more and start to piece things together. So I think I've been better every day, and if I keep doing that, then tonight should be all right.
Peaking at the right time?
Yeah, but, I can't say that yet. I don't know, I've not been up there, but I would like to think so.
In terms of this evening, how big an opportunity is this for yourself?
Yeah, it's huge. Obviously, there's a massive prize fund. It brings a lot of attention with it, whether that be through sponsors or anything else, and also it's a good chance for me to show off the sponsors I already have backing me. So, yeah, it's great.
And as well, going into 2024, this could be a very important year for yourself. This would be a great way to kickstart, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we saw Luke win here twice last year, Conan. People, you go into a room and they're there and you think, oh, he won Champions Week. So if I can, even development tour next weekend, if I can go in there, everyone thinking, oh, Cam's just won Champions Week, then they're already thinking about it before we started.
And just quickly, family, friends, it's a big night for them, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's nice. They've support me and take me around and help me get everywhere. So it's nice to be able to try and give something back to them almost if I can play well tonight.
Well, I wish you all the best, Cam. Good luck.
Thank you very much, mate.
Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is Champions Night and it's time to introduce the players. Please welcome to the stage Ron the Bomb Mullenkamp and Shazam Cam Crabtree.
Mullenkamp is back to seal his place in the Final Four. He has 2 opportunities. If he was to win tonight, it wouldn't really be a shock to anybody.
No, definitely not. And although Ron Mullenkamp is nicknamed the Bomb, you can't argue that Cam Crabtree's first experience here wasn't nothing short of explosive. His highest ever average, 115, kind of burst onto the scenes. Obviously, that's not maintainable for even the world's best, but he's just shown signs of perhaps trying to get back up to that level that we saw there in the opener. But I agree with what he was saying in his interview. He did have a really shaky start. He wasn't feeling 100%, had a few issues with his eyes, and just grown day on day, got better and better. And I just love his attitude towards it all. He's very confident, he's very calm, he knows his own ability, and he just lets his darts do the talking.
And if he needs a pep talk in game, he doesn't have a great deal of distance between himself and one of his best friends. Owen Bates is in the crowd.
First leg, it's
not
Ron
that they can
to throw
talk
first.
to each other,
Game
but
on.
maybe sometimes all you need is a familiar set of eyes.
Yeah, we've both played for a long time, and sometimes just having that little glance over, seeing the people there that support you and just them egging you on is all you need, just to kind of spur you on in the moment.
Who did you have in the crowd to give you that spur when you needed it?
Yeah, I've always had my family there. Obviously, Aaron, and at venues that was allowed, my children have always been there. But my mum, my sister, also big supporters. So, been very lucky. And as you know, you build up relationships with players as well along the way, and great to have some support from fellow dart players too.
I'll never forget the time when I invited the younger of my sisters.
100.
She only came once. She never came again because she was just too loud. Couldn't have someone like that in the crowd here in Portsmouth.
96.
Crabtree averaging 86.93 for the week. That's roughly what he did in Group A and Group C. So he has been very consistent in that regard. His doubles, 36%. You can get along with that. But he has ticked a couple of very, very good boxes.
133.
A 170 check out. An average of over 105 in a game, and he almost ticked one of the sexiest boxes when he went for 150 with 3 bulls and missed the third one.
121.
Now Crabtree making a rather positive start here against the throat, looking to leave a double after just 12.
Running require 137.
You see what Ron was trying to do there.
99.
If he had got the 57, it would have
Cam,
been
you
2 double
require
tops.
40.
But Cam just needs one of them.
Game shot.
He finds one of them.
Cam
That
Crabtree.
dart this week, the first one that he threw at that double top bed, has been slightly
against Cam
awkward
to
at
throw
times
first.
this week.
Game on.
Right there, it may have looked awkward, but Dart 2 says, wasn't that hard.
No, just the angle that they lay in the board. He's
95.
had some obviously just slightly closer, and as you say, it has caused a few deflections, or it's caused Cam to kind of overcompensate to try and avoid it.
134.
We are already at the halfway point of the group matches. And that's the thing about Saturday night, it flies by.
99.
All that time you spend on Saturday morning and Saturday afternoon getting prepped, resting, practicing if you so wish. Getting the right food, feeling energized.
140.
Feels like Saturday during the day takes forever. Saturday night will fly by.
Yeah, it's the moment these players have been working towards for quite some time.
121.
As you've mentioned before, the only player to have reached this stage previously is Scott Taylor. And he finds himself in a little bit of trouble in this group.
Doesn't he just?
100.
I think he wants Muhlenkamp to win this game, and I feel like I'm talking about exactly the same situations in Group 2 compared to Group 1.
100.
But Taylor would love a shootout with Shazam.
I agree. I guess it's one of two things. Either that shootout, which is the simplest, or if Cam is to win by a big margin.
87. Can he require 86?
Can he find 86 for a 2-0 lead then? Don't even think about the treble, Cam. Well, he did. And now he's got double 7. That was bold.
72.
And almost brilliant.
Ronnie require
Yeah, that
40.
was you well and truly told there, Paul.
Oh yeah, he told me right off.
Game shot on the second.
That's a 13
Ron
dart.
Muhlenkamp.
Break of throw for Ron Muhlenkamp, who really is playing well tonight. Averaged almost 95
Well, it's Ron to throw
in his first game.
Game
He
on.
looks really switched on.
You can almost draw parallels actually between Ron Muhlenkamp so far and John O'Shea, just drawing on all that experience that they've got over the years, and just making sure that
25.
the best performance they have comes at the right time.
Some of the qualities that you need in sport and in life,
44.
you can't buy. And one of those things is experience. In order to get that valuable experience, you have to put yourself in harm's way, so to speak, multiple times to find out who you are.
180.
That treble 20 right there was firmly in harm's way. And he got the brunt of visit 2 from Ron.
57.
Earlier on we were talking, weren't we, about the scars that certain players carry in terms of losses that hurt slightly more, and some players can move forward from them and gain from that experience. Other players find it very difficult to move forward.
Well, one of the games that I remember from Muhlenkamp more than any other is a game he had with Chris Dobie at the World Championship. Muhlenkamp came out steaming in set
60.
1 and battled to get a 2-sets-to-love lead, but then Dobie just refused to wilt and won 3-2. It was a remarkable game.
Yeah, it sounds like a very Dobie-like thing to have happened, to be fair.
Very much so. And in that game, Dobie actually looked down the lens and said, "I'm not going anywhere."
41.
I love that kind of defiance.
73.
21 leaves 52. Double 16 has been quite kind to him tonight.
41.
He will be back. Crabtree is in another postcode here.
Yeah, just gone way off the mark since missing that double 7. Back in now.
136. Running required 32.
Didn't find the formula to get to a finish.
Game
And
shot
Ron
the third
canters to a
there.
2-1 lead.
Ron Muhlenkamp.
That means that any more legs in this contest for the bomb, and he is also in the final 4 with John
O'Shea.
O'Shea.
It's Cam to throw first. Game on.
However, if he gets 2, he will be in semi-final
45.
number 2. And the key aspect of any week here at the MODUS Super Series is that if you win your group on a Saturday night, you have the darts in the semi-finals. The only bull shootout to get the
140.
throw happens before a final.
Yeah, Cameron, we've seen lots of different
60.
variations of the shirt that Cam Crabtree is wearing at the moment. This, I am reliably informed, is his favourite, and actually he always opts to use the flights that match that exact set. Apparently he's got all variations, but that's the kind of level of superstition I think that players have actually, that we all play to.
You see certain people who have, I don't know, maybe a matching scarf with a matching belt or
60.
something like that. It's never an accident.
Now I can imagine you with matching everything.
You know me too well.
Whoa,
Oh, look how good that is.
180.
Second maximum in this game for Ron Muhlenkamp. He is very much cooking now.
46.
Had 2
Running
maximums in
required,
his first game.
41.
He's got 2 here, and he's averaging over 108.
Game
That
shot
is
the
Ron
fourth
Muhlenkamp
there.
in the final 4.
Ron Muhlenkamp.
And 1 leg away from winning his group. What is it about
Fifth leg,
Saturday
it's
night
Ron
in
to throw
Champions Week
first.
where the people who are getting
Game on.
less column inches and less chatter about them, they seem to turn up? It was the same with Marino Michaels in the previous series final. Nobody was giving him a chance, and he made it all the way to the final. Unfortunately, he couldn't
26.
handle Chucky.
Yeah, perhaps there is something to be said about going under the radar. But interestingly for me, the first 2 that have actually banked their place in finals week are the 2 players in the field that
125.
actually have never won a week here at MODUS Super Series.
So weird. That's why, when you get to the final of a Super Series week, keep your phone close.
81.
Especially when we bridge the 2 calendar years. Because we do have those intricacies with people getting tour cards. And just imagine if Ron Muhlenkamp
134.
wins tonight, the first person he will want to thank is Chris Landman.
I think he should be thanking him as well.
Yeah, that's the person who beat him in week number 7.
100.
Landman has been a fabulous player for years, but has gone to the tour now and gave Ron the chance to come here and have a chance this week.
25.
Crabtree is in the same position as Chaos Reese-Colley. He has that double chance to get through to the final 4. And whereas
140.
it's good to have games where you've got to win by distances, give me shootouts every day.
Yeah, it just keeps things very much more straightforward. Mentioned it earlier. I think players that go up there knowing and thinking about just the amount of legs that they need to qualify, that can sometimes be detrimental because you're thinking about that, not thinking about the win.
Running require 154.
This is his first shot to win the group. And if he does, our wait for a 9-dart shootout here in Portsmouth will go on. Lovely last dart.
Can you require 160?
We have seen 70 hit to win a match tonight in the other group. Let's see if Ron can do just that.
128. Ronnie requires 70.
Tapping on the shoulder of Moulenkamp there.
Single 20 for tops. It's not in the way either. That's remarkable from the bomb. He wins Group 2, and with his best performance of the entire week, talk about peaking at the right time. He's not on a collision course with John O'Shea yet, but they've both won their respective groups, and we've got 2 shootouts coming your way in the next 2 matches. That's what you've seen from Ron, and there's a lot to admire about that. 180s, high checkout percentage, biggest average of the night. Is this going to be the first night that a Dutchman gets their fingerprints on that trophy, I wonder? When we come back, after we take a much-wanted breather, we will have Colley against Sykes to see who goes through to the Final Four.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is knockout darts from here on in. Victory for Ron Moulenkamp sees him into the semi-finals. Rhys Colley and Tom Sykes is now effectively a quarter-final. Your MC to introduce the players is Owen Binks.
Good evening and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is Champions Night and it's time to introduce the players. Please welcome to the stage, it's Chaos, Rhys Colley and Tom Sykes.
first of two shootouts then to see who will join John O'Shea and Ron Meulenkamp in the semi-finals. And of the two shootouts, this is to see who will play against Ron Meulenkamp, who has been exceptional here this evening. Maybe misleading us a little bit over the last couple of nights because he's found his best stuff when the weekend's here. And that is a very good thing to do when you come to Portsmouth. Tom Sykes has waited a fair while to play his second match after losing 4-1 to John O'Shea. But it was John that did him a favour. By beating Colley, John has made this game a straight shootout to see who will go through to the Final Four. It's not just about getting to the Final Four as well. Whoever makes the semi-finals will double their money in this game.
Game on!
I know this is a bit of a sidebar, Laura, but we've got players here tonight who have not played games of darts.
100.
And I mean just one single game for this amount of money.
I agree. I think, the field, they haven't all got the most experience, but that is a superb start there for Tom Sykes. That's reminiscent of what we saw in Group 8.
Kindly tell me, if you know,
140.
how did he get that third dart in between those 2 points?
That was, pinpoint precision.
That's like throwing a playing card in between 2 matchsticks that are a millimetre apart, or even less than that.
I mentioned to you as they were walking out, I didn't know if that was focus or fear on the face of Tom Sykes as he was walking through the crowd, but that start makes me think that was focus.
Whoa,
to be fair, he needed that second 180.
170.
And now that he's got it, he's got a chance to break in the very first leg of the contest.
45.
All or nothing now. And that's a missed single. That leaves 33. That leaves double 15. Oh, that's so naughty.
Tom Sykes.
A brilliant scoring leg and one of the weirdest endings to a 12-darter I can remember.
Second leg is Tom.
He sorted it out pretty well in the end, but I like the reaction.
Game on.
I'll take it any way it comes. As long as that double hits, I don't care.
There are going to be people practicing at home on Saturday night saying, I'm going to try that. Don't try that at home.
140.
That was fraught with peril, that shot.
But I've just got this feeling more of urgency. There's a bit of pace with Tom Sykes' game.
41.
A lot more positivity in the way that he's throwing and releasing.
There's something about when you go into a knockout scenario.
139.
The group stages are over. We talk about 101 games in a week that are group stage games.
100.
It's kind of misleading because when you get into this situation, it's knockout darts now
95.
ahead of time. So it's 100 group games and 5 knockout matches.
Yeah, everything going forward is a knockout match essentially.
100.
We've got the same scenario
127.
over in Group B.
Doesn't have to get 57 and bolt.
95.
Oh, Tom, what are you doing to us? My word!
That was close.
That was like passing the ball across the box
32.
when Ronaldinho is loitering on the penalty spot.
Game
But that is a
from the
13-dart leg to back up the
Tom
12.
Sykes.
Knife edge, 25 darts thrown.
The leg has reached the throw
This
first.
is
Game on.
bone shaking from Sykes, but it's so close to being catastrophic.
Yeah, I just get the funny feeling that Tom Sykes did not
95.
appreciate being beaten 4-1 in that opening match against John O'Shea. I mean, I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I think he might have put a picture of John on the
61.
dartboard in the practice room and said, I'm going to take it out on you for the next 20 minutes. Best performance of the week came from Tom.
85.
109.82. Imagine if he was to better that on Saturday night to get through to the Final Four. That would be some effort.
85.
As for Colley, only got one leg against John O'Shea,
140.
just like Sykes, but has responded really well here in leg 3. But even at this early stage, has he given himself too much to do? 3 maximums from the Yorkshireman, one of the emerging talents
58.
at this level of the game.
And just looking to leave himself on a 2-dart checkout.
51. Race record 123.
Only 1 point between them. And that puts pay to that.
83.
Great recovery.
Record 124.
But Sykes has a chance for 3-0. Should get a ball. But he doesn't. It's double 11.
102.
He's living every
Race
dart now.
require 40.
You can tell this isn't Monday anymore.
The business end of the week of the series.
Game shot
And that's a great dart there from Rhys Colley.
Rhys Colley.
Well, Team Colley are on the balcony, very close to where we are.
Full flag, it's Tom to throw it first.
They are living
Game
every dart as well. My word, the tension's gone up a notch here.
Sykes back in again.
135.
Couldn't quite find the max, but that's another great start from him.
When week 1 started,
38.
everybody who's played since has been thinking about getting here to be in this atmosphere.
Whoa!
The 180 king of Saturday night, in this game at least, is going crazy.
I think if people were just tuning in tonight and hadn't seen what had happened earlier on in the week, they may think, where's this performance come from
97.
after watching the opening match? But this is what we've come to expect from Tom Sykes.
60.
Two one down and staring at a huge chasm between
95.
himself and his
We
opponent.
require 126.
Colley may be thinking this is not going to plan. Double 6. It's another
Game
12
shot
dart
for
leg.
full flag. Tom Sykes.
Watch out. Tom Sykes is about. And he may be about
Rhys to throw first.
to
Game
make
on.
the semi-finals with this performance that has an average that's akin to an IP address.
60.
Yeah, and it's difficult if you're Rhys Colley right now. You know all he had to do was win, but Tom has given him no opportunities. You feel he's
60.
actually done very well to create the chance to win the leg he has.
You can also tell that he's got a bit of tension about his throat because every now and again on dart 3 he's just
140.
doing a little bit of theatrics. That's where the adrenaline's just pumping. You can't stop
100.
it. It's addictive.
Yeah, and you can see the average there, 110.79. Has been a blistering match so far, but
83.
Sykes still has to see it out, and Colley's in a decent position.
60.
He still is. But the last thing you want to do is introduce more chaos into your life
85.
and allowing Rhys, a very dangerous player, to tap you on the shoulder and take you the distance.
100.
Make no mistake,
Race record
one of the things about
133.
this level of darts is that we say hello to the next generation. These two,
97.
I am very excited about, as are a lot of other people. We don't know where they're going to be in a few years' time. But Rhys must find this.
Race required 36.
Double 9. Must hit it.
Game
That
shot
is
fifth
brilliant.
leg.
Under
Rhys
that
Colley.
kind of pressure. That's an extraordinary dart from one of the best players in the West
Declared
Midlands.
Tom to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, they really are giving us a match. And Sykes straight back in the treble 20, and darts like that looks like it's going to go again.
180.
180.
Amazing, Laura, that's the first time we've had 5 maximums from a player in a match this week.
40.
But if anyone was going to do it, it was either going to be him or Scott Taylor.
Correct. He's now on 43. Almost 44
140.
for the week.
I think he fancied that. That reaction tells you everything.
Yeah, we haven't had a 9-darter on a Saturday night in front of the
140.
fans yet. Sykes doesn't care about that anymore. He just wants to get this job done. This is one of the
100.
premier performances under this roof from anybody. And we've seen 109s, 117
134.
under this
Tommy
roof on a Saturday night.
81.
It's not that good, but it's almost that good. Double 13.
68.
That was bold.
Yeah, and arguably maybe unnecessary with Collie not on a finish, but he's obviously feeling very good, Tom Sykes.
Yeah, see a shot.
57.
Go for it.
Tommy require 13.
No hesitation as he goes for double 4 to make the semi-finals.
9.
He'll have to wait to see if he gets
Maurice
another chance in this leg.
130.
If he doesn't, we go to sudden death. Can he do it again on the bullseye? Oh, the line was good.
105. Tommy require 4.
The heart rate of Sykes, I'm sure, spiked right there. After everything he's done in this match. But he is in the semi-finals. Rhys Colley put up a fantastic fight. Ultimately, that missed bullseye on the 130 means that he's the first person to leave us. And one of the favourites, Tom Sykes, an England international, shaking the hands of another England international, but one of them had to leave. And the main reason is because Tom Sykes has just put in one of the best performances of the entire week. And he's the man who's been punching those numbers throughout week number 13 here in Series 6. Rhys Colley bids adieu, and Tom Sykes will play Ron Meulenkamp in the Final Four.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Tom Sykes has just put in a monstrous average, 106.5, to send Rhys Colley packing from the competition. He's the first player to go out this evening. Laura Turner's been watching all of the action in the commentary box. She joins me in the studio now. And look, that's probably the first time this week Tom Sykes has been in peril in that type of scenario, and he came out fighting in that game.
Didn't he just? Wow. said in comms, I think if anyone was just tuning in for tonight, then perhaps they wouldn't have expected that kind of performance. We've seen it, and unbelievably, still not his best, but questions keep being asked about, can Tom come back from this? Can Tom do this? It's the first time in this situation. And yeah, that was a blockbuster performance at the most perfect time. And you've got to say kudos to Reece Colley, because he did create some chances, but Tom just too strong in the end.
He was, and this 1-2-6 to make it 3-1 was a key turning point in the match, and he was actually a dart away from breaking the Champions Night average record at 113.
Yeah, just had a bit of everything in it, didn't it? He had the 5 maximums, but the 1-2-6 checkout, as you say, it just stretched his lead, and then Colley was always going to be on the back foot. But yeah, I just think, wow, just to do it under that amount of pressure, to know that you have to win to get through, you would have thought some kind of shakiness, some nerves may have come into it, but that was all focus, that was all confidence, knowing that he's been playing well, and he just wanted to bring it here tonight.
So Reece Colley, the first player to go out. John O'Shea was the first player to make his way through. 2 victories underneath his belt, and we said maybe whether his experience on playing on nights like this may prove pivotal, and so far it looks like there's been no nerves really from the Joker.
No, that doesn't surprise me. He's played long enough, and he likes these kind of scenarios. He's played himself into a very good position, and yeah, he's played better yesterday than he did the day before, and I think he's just building on that time and time again. And just when his back's against the wall, John O'Shea just does what John O'Shea does and just finds a way out of it and finds himself into the semi-final.
And it's certainly been a night where people have been putting down statements left, right and centre, and Ron Moulenkamp, another one chief amongst them.
Yeah, it's kind of lulled everyone into a bit of false sense of security, I think, because these have been the best performances from Ron that we've seen from him all week so far. And what a time to actually, hit your stride, because he's looked very unplayable at times.
Well, our next match is a straight shooter. It's effectively a quarter-final as Cam Crabtree takes on Scott Taylor. Scott was the bookmaker's favourite going into tonight. As far as Cam Crabtree is concerned, how much do you read into the opening game against Ron? Because he played so well in both of his matches against Scott and Cam. But who would you say, on the basis of what we saw in our first game, maybe stands a better chance?
Yeah, I think Cam started very strongly, but just let the game run away with him. But that was very much to do with the levels that Ron Moulenkamp was producing. Scott very slow himself to get out by his standards, but I'm liking the narrative that we've seen. Group A has had echoes in Group B, so if that trend still continues, then perhaps it goes the way of the favourite. But I'm hoping it's another very exciting and maybe a bit of a closer clash.
This is a boisterous lot, isn't they?
They are. They're a wonderful crowd.
Well, it's certainly been an intriguing night so far. Well, effectively, this is a quarter-final match between Cam Crabtree and Scott Taylor. It is a knockout competition, the MODUS Super Series from here on in Series 6. It's Crabtree v Taylor for the right to make it through to the semi-finals. Let's get the game on. Your MC is Owen Binks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is Champions Night, and it's time to introduce the players. Please welcome to the stage Shazam, Cam Crabtree, and Scott Taylor.
Like Henry said, this is a quarter-final. It is another knockout match, just like the previous one, and we want more. What we've just seen from Tom Sykes is what this competition's all about. Burgeoning talent coming to the fore. Sykes is going to feel really good going into that semi-final with Ron Moulenkamp, and they are the 2 statistical best performers of the night so far, but there's still time to go for someone to say something about that. But John O'Shea awaits in semi-final 1. So Laura, this is winner stays on.
Yeah, that's a bit of a throwback to when I first started playing darts, but yeah, very much so. Winner stays on. Quite like the idea of the narrative that basically both groups feel like they've echoed and mirrored each other, but I think Cam Crabtree, who has the darts, he's going to have something to say about it.
A lot of the narrative over the last couple of hours has been about
100.
Taylor and Sykes. Sykes has had his say. Can Taylor start to do what he does
140.
at the expense of this young man, who is also soon to be an England international? And that's something that Scott Taylor has done a couple of years ago.
140.
Starting to see a trend here tonight.
Yeah.
International players. Cream rising to the top.
Yeah, we also had Chaz Barstow earlier on in the week, and he got his international call up as well for this year.
56.
Things have just got a little bit quieter on the balcony with the elimination of Rhys Colley. He's been brilliant this week and great in this series, picking up his first weekly win.
100.
I'm sure we'll see more of him throughout 2024.
Yeah, and Colley may be one of those players that kind of
96.
looks
Gonna
back
require 161.
at today and feel a bit unlucky, but there's no unluckiness here from Scott Taylor.
127. Can we require 109?
You might think that was a strange leave. It had a lot of intelligence with it.
77.
Close on the
Scott,
16s for Cam.
34.
Taylor, no
Game shot
nonsense.
on the first leg. Scott Taylor.
Now, why, you may ask, did he go for bullseye in 84? Because if he gets the bull, he leaves a double. If he gets the
They're gonna
25,
get Scott to throw first.
he has
Game
19
on.
for tops. A lot of people think these days that if you get the 25 and you can get under 60, it's better than leaving
60.
something like 62 or 63 or 64. That's how the modern dart player counts now. It's about not wasting one
96.
single dart on singles that you don't need. Look at that face.
140.
Scott Taylor is the darting equivalent of Angry Cat.
43.
Yeah, but when he's in this kind of mood, and obviously Cam Crabtree, he can't see the expression on his face, but we can.
96.
And we've seen it before, and this has been conducive to producing some of his best performances when he is, with want of a better word, he looks
80.
angry.
You could say that we wouldn't like him when he's angry, but we love him when he's angry.
135.
He's like an anti-Hulk. And he has got a winning record against Cam this week. They played in Group A 3 times. At that point, they were
85.
split up.
Scott, you require 70.
Taylor won 2-1 in their head-to-head.
Game
And
shot
this
on the
is
second
2-0.
leg. Scott Taylor.
Keeping a lot of people quiet here in Portsmouth because Crabtree has an awful lot of supporters here. And right now, they've got that sinking feeling.
And I don't know what you think, but for me, Scott Taylor will be probably the most disappointed if he cannot at least produce his best up here after
140.
being in Portsmouth for the last couple of weeks just to get to this point.
I agree.
100.
Sacrificed an awful lot the last fortnight. He'll probably feel like he's been down the mine for a fortnight and he still hasn't found the diamond yet. But he still can.
140.
Here's someone, like we said earlier,
93.
that has been to a Champions Night before. On that occasion, he did make the semi-finals, but he ran into some dart player that you might know.
140.
He wants to go not one better, he wants to go two better.
90. Can we require 81?
That's a good response here from Cam Crabtree. 24 required.
Game shot
Yeah,
on
and
the
that's
third
a
leg.
superb
Cam
leg there from
Crabtree.
Cam Crabtree. 11 darts. Here's a holder throw. We'll need to find a break. But that's encouraging.
Four-legged Scott to throw first. Game on.
You can say that again, because this game is following what we saw in the previous one.
57.
What you said in the studio with Henry is so true, Laura. Group 2 is echoing, using your word, Group 1.
100.
What on earth are we going to get in the semi-finals?
Yeah, every time we've tried to predict something, pretty much the opposite tends to
84.
happen. So I reckon we just sit back, enjoy it, and see what the outcome is.
Oh, I agree.
100.
Throughout the week, there have been smiles. There have been frustrations and
86.
successes. But right now, you've got two players who are managing this situation with breathing, with rhythm and focus.
137.
They're both finding top gear. Tremendous starts from Taylor. So much sense in what he goes for with every single shot. But this needs another 57 and the bullseye.
139.
They both have a 170 this week.
145.
Yeah, we've been treated to 2 both from these players.
65.
Yeah, and that near
Cammy
miss.
required 25.
Gives Cam that opportunity for the break we were mentioning earlier.
Double 8.
Game shot.
Level
the
game,
four
and the sound in
Cam
here is very
Crabtree.
different to 2 legs ago. There you can see what Shazam thinks of that sound.
First.
And you might
Game
think
on.
that the back of his shirt looks very similar to a music app. It's no accident.
No, it really isn't. Big music fan. Just happens to also rhyme with Cam, so works on a few levels.
134.
Scott Taylor's probably thinking, why does everybody find their A game against me?
120.
It's a compliment. Because earlier when Meulenkamp was 4 out of 9 on doubles and averaging mid-90s, that was a perfectly timed performance.
100.
Just catching Scott the tiniest bit unaware. But Taylor's averaging 99 in this game.
135.
And is having to do this kind of thing because he's against the darts.
Yeah, Cam has hit 105 in his Group A campaign. That is the highest average from him this week. But to put in this level of performance, just under 104, when there's this much pressure and being 2-0 down.
180.
Scott Taylor there was a 180.
Cammy required 167.
How is that the only one we've seen in this game? Taylor has a 2-darter after 9.
95. Scott, you required 66.
Love to get it, to have a chance to get this game finished. Double top.
46.
Cam takes the lead.
Cammy requires 72.
He'll have 2 opportunities to win through to the final 4. Double 12. Oh no. Don't try that at home. The silence in here
60.
when that 9 was hit.
Scott, you required
Honestly,
20.
it was deafening.
Game shot on the 5th
You
leg.
can see
Scott
in the
Taylor.
crowd the pain of the supporters for Crabtree. Can he hold
Six-legged
throw,
Scott to
or
throw
will we go
first.
the distance in the final
Game
group
on.
game?
Of all the players here, Cam is the closest geographically. Has brought a bit of a crowd with him. Just up the A3 up in Croydon.
100.
And not far at all. You can get there in about 90 minutes, if that. Depends what you drive.
95.
What these dart players drive might change in the next few days if they win. Playing like someone who just refuses to go
77.
in the group stages. Scott is speeding up like a very, very fast car.
57.
He too has had 105 plus average this week. But he had performances in week 12 prior to this that were better.
140.
I think it was key for him. When he spoke to Henry earlier, he was talking about his energy levels, how he slept brilliantly overnight. He's got that energy here.
123.
Cam's
Scott, you
exit
require 84.
could be 2 darts away. That
44.
will do.
Just goes to show that 9 that Cam missed in the other leg. Proving very, very costly.
He can't do anything with this last dart apart from pile on pressure. And that might be a parting shot.
180. Scott,
That's
you
why
require
he's smiling.
40.
Is he still smiling?
Game
Not anymore.
shot and the match.
Scott Taylor's in the
Scott
semi-finals of
Taylor.
Champions Night once again. He was there in Series 3, but he hasn't got Luke Littler in his way this time. It's going to be John O'Shea. The Joker against Scott Taylor will be the first semi-final. But look what the two favourites have done when they needed to do it the most. Crabtree leaves us after averaging 103, but Taylor 101.55 in one of the best Saturday night matches you will see under this roof, that is for sure. So we'll take a short break now, and when we come back, it's time to look forward to the Final Four.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed the group stage worth of action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These are the results then from Champions Night so far, and we have seen drama everywhere you look. It began from the very first game when John O'Shea got the better of Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 1. We saw him and Ron Meulenkamp go through, well, with relative ease in the end. It meant the last 2 matches of the group stages were straight knockouts, and they were won impressively by both Tom Sykes and Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 2. It sets up the semi-finals then between O'Shea and Taylor and Meulenkamp and Sykes. Well, our group stage action has been completed. The players are getting ready for the semi-finals, where somebody is around about an hour and a half away from lifting this particular trophy. And joining me in the studio now is one man who last year came oh so close to lifting that particular title. He's a firm fan's favourite here as well. It's Owen Bates. Owen, first of all, great to see you, and how are things?
Oh, they're brilliant. I've started...
They love you here, don't they?
Yeah, I started the season on the Pro Tour. Could have had some better results, but I'm just loving it. I'm loving being there. I'm loving being back here watching the darts.
Have you found Pro Tour life to start? Did you kind of set any goals or expectations? Were you quite fluid into how you were looking at achievements in your first year?
Yeah, so obviously I played 27 Pro Tours last year as like a top up from the Challenge Tour, and that was just a free hit. But going into it, as it's almost my job, so yeah, I definitely think there's a different type of pressure on me this year, but I'll be fine. I'll just do what I do and play darts.
How important was the MODUS Super Series to yourself last year? You came in as a debutant, you won a week, you made it through the Champions League, you were a couple of games away from winning that particular trophy. How much did this competition help you as a player?
Oh, massively. I mean, I started here in February last year and playing amazing players all the time here, getting used to the stage, it's definitely helped me going forward.
And in terms of being a complete player, how much do you think the learnings of that will get you into the Pro Tour? And actually, does playing here and the experiences actually give you a bit of a leg up going into the tour? Because you go into that environment with a lot of confidence.
Definitely. I mean, especially when you get some wins under your belt on the stage, it definitely helps you, especially with confidence. And just being in such a professional setup all the time, it prepares you really well for the Pro Tour and the World Championships and stuff like that.
For a player's perspective, where do they rank this title?
It's pretty highly. It's pretty hard to win. I mean, there's only been 3 champions so far.
There's been 4 and 5.
4, yeah.
Just a quick check down there.
Oh well, there we go. That says it all. It's, well, look at the list of players who have won it, and look what they've done, and look at what they are doing. So, it's definitely a hard one to win.
Be honest, how gutted were you when you missed out in that Champions League?
Definitely. But I mean, Luke won it in the end, so
he did all right, didn't he?
Yeah, he's not bad.
And we're going to get your sight on a little bit of what happened tonight. Obviously, your good mate Cam was here this evening, and I mean, Scott Taylor, when push came to shove, just pulled out a great performance when he mattered, didn't he?
Yeah, Scott's a quality player, and you've got to give him all the credit in the world. But he come up against 2 ton plus averages tonight, so that's harsh. That's harsh, but he'll bounce back. He's too good not to, for sure.
Is he a player that will just consign it to the bin and not dwell on it too much?
Yeah, definitely. He'll just move on. I mean, we've got development tour on Friday, so I'm sure he'll be up and ready for that. He'll probably win one. So yeah.
Elsewhere, looking at the other players that have played so far this evening. Now, Tom Sykes has been a player that really has come through the system, particularly in the ADC over the last 6 months or so. I mean, it says a lot that he can go from that system to then put in that average that he did there, 106 and a half, especially when it mattered.
Oh, it was brilliant. I've never really seen Tom before obviously the MODUS and the ADC stuff, and he's a phenomenal player, that's for sure. I think the whole ADC setup as a whole is brilliant. I mean, it goes from playing locally in your pub in vaults to bring amateur players this opportunity, and look what it can do for people.
And do you think we're going to see a better calibre of player come through the system and probably threaten you now you're on tour? Because as I say, you've got that ADC system where you can literally go from your local, you can then play at the Super Series and be successful at the Super Series, and it can have a long-term effect.
Definitely, and I think from the ADC upwards, you're playing all the time, you're winning all the time, and it just breeds confidence. And to come to the MODUS or to go to the Challenge Tour, then you're ready to play. Yeah.
And so when you walked into that first Pro Tour, did you feel, right, I'm ready to go? Not like maybe in the past there was a level that certain players felt that there was a big jump onto the Pro Tour. Maybe it's not so much that now.
No, I definitely feel that at the moment I belong on the Pro Tour, and hopefully it's somewhere I'll stay for a lot of years. But we'll see what the season brings, and hopefully I can get some wins and get on the stage again.
How much would you like for your mate Cam to come and join you in the next 12 months?
Oh, he'll be there, I'm sure of it.
Well, let's have a little bit of a look ahead then to what's happened a little bit later on this evening. I'm going to get you to try a bit of punditry. You know what it's like. I come up and I bring you on this balcony or stage or studio, wherever it is, and I try and make you do something completely different. So, semi-final time then. We're going to see John O'Shea in action our first semi-final, and he's just a player. He's playing Scott Taylor. Now, if you were a player in Scott's shoes who just come straight off the back of that 101.5 average in a knockout game, would you want to be going straight into a semi-final, just keep that adrenaline going? Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was obviously the most important game of the night for him, and he's pulled out 104 or 103 average, so his confidence is going to be high. But then you've got John, who's just come off the Pro Tour, and he's definitely not going to lay down. And I suppose he's that type of player because he's so consistent. As a player, how difficult are they to break down? Oh, definitely. As I say, just dropped off the Pro Tour, and if you're not hitting 15 darters all the time, then you're going to struggle. I definitely expect this to be a really good game. It should be a very good game. So that's the first semi-final. We're going to see Tom Sykes in action in our second semi-final against Ron Meulenkamp. And Ron's been a player that's been around the tour for so many years. And I suppose this is one of the interesting quirks about the MODUS Super Series. You were a player that was young, up and coming, was looking for stage experience, and you got there for the MODUS Super Series. Ron's probably at another stage of his career where he's had his success in the past, but he's looking to go again, and this gives him a fantastic platform to taste that success again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think Ron's going to be worried about playing on this stage. He's played on the biggest stages of the world, but as I said, this is a prestigious title, so it's definitely one that he'll want to win. In terms of
the overall night, who's been the one that's impressed you the most so far?
I think John O'Shea. I think John O'Shea. He came in and every time he was put under pressure, he answered and won 2 out of 2, and he's going to be confident.
Let's just talk a little bit about yourself before we let you go. As I say, we know you're going to be doing a lot on tour this year. What would be a good year for Owen Bates? Is it establishing yourself on tour, maybe a couple of Euro tours under your belt, or have you set the bar really high?
I mean, I'm one of those players who always just says that they're going to just go and enjoy it. I think in terms of my goals for this year, I'd love to get on the Euro Tour stage, and ultimately I'd love to go back to the Ali Pali.
Do you feel like you got a little bit of unfinished business there after last time?
Definitely, yeah. I would love. It's a hard place to get to. I'd love to get back. I think losing to Steve Lennon was probably good for me. I learned a lot of lessons about just darts in general and myself there. So I'm eager to put it right.
Well, I mean, it's always a pleasure to have a chat with you. Thank you for always saying yes to the invitation. We won't do the handshake thing this time, but thank you very much for popping down and having a look at the surroundings here, and hopefully we'll see you soon, although don't try and take the punditry job off us, not anytime soon, will you? Oh, thank you very much for your time. Right, we're going to be back at 10 o'clock. We're going to be joining our friends over at Sporty Stuff TV, and the serious business begins. Owen's eyeing up that trophy. You can't win it for a couple of years, pal, but somebody else is going to for the very first time. This trophy is going to make its way on the stage, and they're going to see what they're going to be playing for, and we are going to see you at 10 o'clock. Hello, very good evening and welcome to Champions Night here at the MODUS Super Series. Yes, in around about an hour and a half's time we are crowning a new winner here on the South Coast. Two players have already departed us this evening. We've had a group stage which has been riddled with tension so far. We went through to effectively quarter-final stages so far this evening, and this is the best of the action so far as described by Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
He started with a loss on Wednesday, and at that point I was just wondering what would happen. But he starts well tonight in 16 darts. I had a sneaky suspicion that John might catch Tom cold. And he has. Double lipstick for John O'Shea, who wins by 4 legs to 1. And now when he goes into his second game against Rhys Colley, he doesn't even have to win that match to be in the semi-finals. This game really could light up this place. He may have to hit that 81, considering what Ron's done after 12. Pressure. Is it for tyres? It is. A hot spot for Taylor to start his campaign off. Bare minimum from Scott there till he's 72. He's not too pleased with that ever. However, Ron's got 120. Ideal first start. He's going to have to traverse the oche here to make sure he gets a shot at tops. He'll go the other side. This is for another break of throw.
Game shot the third leg. Ron Muhlenkamp.
I think he enjoyed that, and he's got every right to feel that way.
Yeah, well, there is a lot on the line for these players.
Oh, that's an extraordinary 140.
He's got your record 160.
Can Taylor do this to stay in the match? He can't. Ron has played
64.
One of his best games of the entire week
32.
in this match. Over 95 the average. The doubles are very effective. Last time he was on 32, he hit double 4 at the end. This time he doesn't need it. And he wins by 4 legs to 2. He's in a very similar position to that of John O'Shea, who only just needs legs to get through to the final 4. That's what darts is all about. Can Colley steal this leg? Can he get past that dart? Wonderful.
9.
He can't find double 18 either.
Johnny require 9.
Beautiful single.
Game shown.
John O'Shea is the first name in the final 4.
Do find a way to get the victory. It's been done.
The words of John as well in his interview prior to that first game. He said his game is there to come out.
180.
He wasn't putting any pressure on tonight. He said, sometime soon, my game is going to come out. Doesn't get a shot at the bull. Full credit to Rhys, who found his first maximum of Saturday night to leave this 51.
We have
a level game, and for the first time tonight, we go the distance. Positive self-talk from John. And a winner of Group 1. He knew he was through, I'm sure, but he wins the group by beating both of the people in the group with him.
Now, I can imagine you with matching everything.
You know me too well. Oh, look how good that is.
180.
Second maximum in this game for Ron Muhlenkamp. He is very much cooking now.
46.
Had 2 maximums in his first game. He's got 2 here, and he's averaging over 108. That is Ron Muhlenkamp in the final 4.
Ron Muhlenkamp.
And 1 leg away from winning his group. Single 20 for tops. It's not in the way either. That's remarkable from the bomb. He wins Group 2. Great recovery. But Sykes has a chance for 3-0. Should get a bull, but he doesn't. It's double 11.
102.
He's living every dart now.
Require 40.
You can tell this isn't Monday anymore.
The business end of the week of the series.
Game shot
And that's a great dart there from Rhys Colley.
Rhys Colley.
Well, Team Colley are on the balcony, very close to where we are.
Require 126.
Colley may be thinking this is not going to plan. Double 6. It's another 12 dart leg.
Fourth leg. Tom Sykes.
Watch out.
Yeah, and arguably maybe unnecessary with Colley not on a finish, but he's obviously feeling very good, Tom Sykes.
Yeah, see a shot. Go for it.
Tommy require 13.
No hesitation. As he goes for double 4 to make the semi-finals.
9.
He'll have to wait to see if he gets another chance in this leg.
130.
If he doesn't, we go to sudden death. Can he do it again on the bullseye? Oh, the line was good.
5. Tommy require 4.
The heart rate of Sykes, I'm sure, spiked right there. After everything he's done in this match. But he is in the semi-finals. Rhys Colley put up a fantastic fight. Ultimately, that missed bullseye on the 130 means that he's the first person to leave us.
Requires 70.
Taylor won 2-1 in their head-to-head.
Game
And
shot
this
on the
is
second
2-0.
leg. Scott Taylor.
Keeping a lot of people quiet here in Portsmouth because Crabtree has an awful lot of supporters here.
Can we require 81?
That's a good response here from Cam Crabtree. 24 required.
Game shot
Yeah,
on
and
the
that's
third
a
leg.
superb
Cam
leg there from
Crabtree.
Cam Crabtree. 11 darts. Here's a holder throw. We'll need to find a break.
Double 12. Oh no. Don't try that at home. The silence in here when that
60.
9 was hit.
Scott, you require
Honestly,
20.
it was deafening.
Game shot on the fifth
You
leg.
can see
Scott
in the
Taylor.
crowd the pain of the supporters.
Just goes to show that 9 that Cam missed in the other leg. Proving very, very costly.
He can't do anything with this last dart apart from pile on pressure. And that might be a parting shot.
180. Scott,
That's
you
why
require
he's smiling.
40.
Is he still smiling?
Game
Not anymore.
shot and the match.
Scott Taylor's in the
Scott
semi-finals
Taylor.
of Champions Night once again.
Yeah, it's been a real intriguing evening so far here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Champions Night has delivered some champion performances so far. And we've got 2 champions on the stage talking about the action. The asset Paul Nicholson, Laura Turner have been with us all evening describing the action. And it has to be said, sometimes nights like tonight, nerves can creep in. The exact opposite's been the case tonight.
Yeah, maybe a few nerves at the start from Tom Sykes in his first game. He was quite fortunate to get a shootout game in his second group match, but my did he turn up after that. Maybe a few nerves from some people, but they've used them to their advantage. It's been a superb night and very fitting, the action that we've had coming into this wonderful Series 6 finale.
It was such a tight evening to call before the group stage action. It feels like almost impossible now.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very, very tight, isn't it? And I think based on the opening performances of Taylor and Sykes, we did have a little bit of a worry, a little bit of a doubt, but wow, did they just bounce back, prove what we've been talking about, show what they've done all week. But they're up against some fierce competition. Ron Meulenkamp seems to have gone right under the radar, saved his very best till last as well. And then how can you forget about the Joker? Because now things are really getting serious.
Oh yes, it is hotting up indeed at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. These are the results from tonight's action so far. The 6 group games have been and gone, and so that sets up our 2 semi-finals, and they are 2 heavyweight affairs. We kick off with John O'Shea and Scott Taylor, followed by Ron Meulenkamp and Tom Sykes. Now, Paul Nicholson next to me, his eyes are grinning, his mouth is grinning, because John O'Shea v Scott Taylor was the final last week.
Well, there you go. What more do you need to say than that? But they haven't played this week. They're about to. And you know, when it comes to the baddies in comic books and movies, the bad guy in this one is supposed to be John O'Shea. And that word revenge is going to hover on this stage for the next 20 minutes. But Scott Taylor, he's got redemption on his mind, because the last time he was here on the Champions Night, he fell in the Final Four. He wants to go one better. That's his immediate journey. But he has already said that he wants to go two better than last time. And it's going to be the Group 1 winner in his way.
In terms of performances over 2 games this evening, has John O'Shea been the most consistent performer?
Yeah, I guess so. Actually, in fairness, I think Ron Moulenkamp has probably shown the most consistency at a slightly higher level as well. But John has been consistent in terms of performances. However, Sykes and Taylor both laid down a real marker. They were under a lot of pressure. It was a must-win game for both of those, and they upped the levels. If they can maintain it, which we know they can, then John O'Shea is going to have to up his game as well.
Is it a Taylor-Sykes final for you, Nico?
If you'd asked me that at 7:30, I would have said yes. But the fact that Ron Moulenkamp has lifted his level so much in those first 2 games that he's played tonight, I really don't know. And the fact that we don't know is a good thing, because everybody who's turned up here tonight, myself and Laura in the commentary box, and everybody watching at home will be thinking any combination could give us a very fitting finale.
And just quickly, Laura, for the winner of this tonight, how important, how big a title would this be for them?
It'd be absolutely massive. We spoke about it earlier, but this will be the biggest payday for any one of them who wins. But what it can do as well, the attention it draws, and getting your hands on that trophy with all those names on it, I think it will be an absolute massive win for whoever picks up that trophy in the end.
Well, it's time to get the semi-final action underway. The crowds here in Portsmouth are most definitely ready for the semi-final action to get underway. And what a way to kickstart it. We're going to see John O'Shea in action up against Scott Taylor. Let's get the game on.
Game shown.
John O'Shea is the first name in the Final Four.
It's Scott Taylor!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is Champions Night, and it's time to introduce the semi-finalists. Please welcome to the stage the Joker, John O'Shea. And now would you please welcome to the stage, from Bolton, Scott Taylor!
And so, here we go. 3 games separate somebody from the ultimate glory. There is going to be a new name on the MODUS Super Series trophy tonight. The question now is, who it's going to be? John O'Shea is the only player with previous experience of winning a big televised title, having won the 2019 World Masters. As for Scott Taylor, he's the only player who knows what it's like to be in this situation. He was in the semi-finals in Series 3, lost out in the semi-finals to Luke Littler. Meanwhile, John O'Shea has most definitely embraced a bumper jam-packed crowd that have roared their way through tonight in Portsmouth. They have really been loud, proud and lively. It's Taylor, it's O'Shea for a place in the final with Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
Good evening, everybody tuning in for the semi-finals of the Series 6 finals. 3 more games in this series will tell us who will be engraved on the trophy alongside Whitehead, Raymond Smith, Luke Littler and Jim McEwen.
Throw first. Game on!
Very, very familiar, this game, because at the end of week 12,
it was Taylor who won by 4-0 to get into this week. However, by virtue of the performances that he had in week 12, John O'Shea
60.
has also made it here. But now, it's knockout darts for lots and lots of money.
100.
It all comes down to this. It's all really rather exciting. Scott Taylor lost his opening match there against Ron Moulenkamp, lost 4-2. I don't know about you, I was
45.
slightly worried about the terms of performance, and perhaps he had just hit that wall, even though he was saying he felt great. Well, what do we have to worry about? Backed it up with a 40 whenever Crabtree with a ton plus average.
And Scott Taylor won the final game last week. He averaged just a shade over 91. And really did have plenty of energy to get that job done quickly. Whereas John just seemed to run out of fuel. One thing that will definitely help both of these players
100.
as they're playing back-to-back weeks of sorts is that the adrenaline that's pumping right now is as fierce as it can be under this roof.
140.
I'm feeling my adrenaline's pumping and I'm not even up on that stage.
It's going to be pumping for the next hour and 20 minutes, that's for sure.
48. Johnny require 160.
160 for O'Shea. 2 trebles and tops. That'll do to lead 10s.
Scott, you reckon 130.
And Taylor nicked the first leg. Needs a single. There it is.
73.
Fine margins.
Johnny required.
And O'Shea does get a shot at 10s, which has been his nemesis. But it isn't here.
On the first leg. John
And the man who
O'Shea.
won Group 1 with 2 victories takes the early lead in 17 darts.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Interestingly, Laura, of all of the players coming into the semi-finals here tonight, it's John O'Shea
140.
who's undefeated and has the lowest running average of the night of 87.24. The other 3 are all above 95.
Yeah, but we know what it's like in darts. It's all
58.
about how you play at the time. As we implied on the stage, there's a bit of unfinished business for both these players up here. John O'Shea lost out, as you mentioned before, to Scott Taylor, but Scott Taylor's been in the position where he's lost in the semi-finals of Champions Week. So both just that little extra edge to this particular encounter.
Something has happened here tonight that
100.
I'm sure many people will not be aware of, but I've made sure that we are aware of this pattern. When we started here on September 3rd, 2022, we have kept the same format throughout. And every series winner
Scott, you reckon 131.
since that time is going to have come from week 7 or later.
91.
Nobody has ever won a series here from week 1 to 6. Because we have from week 7 Ron Moulenkamp, 2 from week 12 on the Socky now, and week 10 Tom Sykes.
30.
And a chance for O'Shea to double his lead.
Johnny require 109.
I'll go into that in a little bit more depth in the next leg. Still on. Treble 18 for the bull for a naughty finish.
84.
Yeah, that one would have stunned Scott Taylor. It's a bit of a reprieve, but needs to find double 5, doesn't, so 1, double 2.
Game shot.
Much needed. And when you consider the fact that Scott Taylor, before this semi-final, was 6 hits from 9 attempts on double tonight. 67%.
Game on.
Excellent. But not getting enough chances in his first game of the night against Ron. He was 100% in that game. But he only got 2 chances. But if I may embellish on what I said in the previous leg.
59.
Whitehead won from week 8. Raymond Smith won from week 7. We've had 2 winners from week 10 in the last 18 months. Luke Littler and Jim McEwen.
95.
And week 8 for Littler when he repeated the feat last summer. We may even get a third week 10 winner if Tom Sykes wins tonight.
And he was looking very good in that deciding match. 106 average, best of the night so far, came from Sykes.
60.
Not a good message if you are Ron Meulenkamp. This game is not hitting the heights
96.
of those final group games, but in all honesty, I didn't think they would.
No, I can understand it. It feels very edgy. And as they make their way towards the
100.
finishing line and a place in that final, I've got a feeling it'll get rather tense in here.
There's only one person in the semi-finals who has
81.
not played a game
Johnny require
for an extra £5,000. That's Tom Sykes. The other 3 have. Double top.
Game shot in the third.
John O'Shea
leg.
with brilliance.
John O'Shea.
He didn't need to hit that one. His opponent was on 165.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Better to get rid of it sooner rather than later.
But O'Shea giving Taylor a lot to
97.
think about. I know we've mentioned it previously, but Taylor, the winner of week 12, has been playing quite substantially here in Portsmouth for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, this is the final
96.
150 metres. He's been in a marathon for a fortnight. Whatever he's got left, he's got to leave it out there.
180.
And that's a sign of it. That's the first maximum of the semis. I've seen plenty of maximums from these guys tonight. 7 from Tom Sykes.
137.
That's what you can ask of yourself, though, when you're in these situations, is just to leave everything up there on the stage.
135.
There aren't many more infuriating things than when you get so close to a trophy and a big check. And then when you get back to that stage again, like Scott is here, if he was to fail at that level again, it would be so infuriating. That's why he wants this so much. Just a single 20 needed.
49.
That treble 3 turned out to be somewhat of a happy accident.
Yeah, rather fortuitous. But it's something I've really enjoyed watching in Scott Taylor's game. It's just the way he manages the board.
40.
The routes he takes, and this route is for tops, for 2 apiece.
30.
Tops and 10s have not cooperated.
Require 110.
Biggest finish of the game came from O'Shea of 112. It's tops again.
90.
Almost heartbreak for Taylor, but he must not
Scott, you
fiddle
require
around with
10.
this. Just get rid of it.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And earlier in the night, he was
Scott
talking
Taylor.
about trying to get rid of Ron Meulenkamp in his first match. He could not do
There
that.
gets John to throw
But he did hit that double
Game
5 to get
on.
rid of leg 4.
2 legs won by Scott Taylor, both with finishes of 10. 2 from 10 as well
43.
on the outer ring, which is, as you implied, not the way that his night's gone so far. Perhaps that bit of tension starting to creep in. You can almost touch
140.
the trophy.
If you want tension and drama, you don't just need to put some quality in there. You do need to have some misses to add to that.
85.
We've had a few so far. But you hasten to say that we haven't seen the most vital miss yet. If indeed we get any more.
95.
Just how vital would it be, in retrospect later in the game, that John O'Shea missed that tops on the 110 for 3-1? That could be the key shot.
140.
Yeah, we talk about fine margins quite often. As you say, only time will tell.
99.
Still got the presence of mind to make sure that he leaves himself on an outshot.
You must do that at this level. Well, John
60.
doesn't leave a finish.
Require
And a lot of players would have
167.
started on 19s on 233. 2 singles there and a 25 would have left 170. And that costly error
84.
in the tactics department, easy for me to say, could cost John O'Shea a visit.
83.
It's okay.
Scott, you require 83.
What a vital exchange this could be. Double 16.
75.
More misses at the outer ring. He's missed 10 darts at double
Johnny require
in the
90.
semi-final. O'Shea has only missed 4. Bullseye.
65.
Tension in
Scott, you
here, my
require
word.
8.
It's making everybody's adrenaline spike. Double 2.
6.
The doubles have let him down.
Johnny required
And they haven't
25.
done for the last 2 weeks. He's been one of the best players the Super Series has ever seen on the outer ring the last fortnight.
9.
He's still in this leg, miraculously. John O'Shea, my word, magnetises
Scott,
2
you
darts to
require
the wrong
2.
side of the double 8 wire. And he's
Going
left mad.
from the fifth leg. Scott
Because
Taylor.
Scott Taylor does break the throw. We have seen legs this week completed in half the amount of
Sixth
darts
leg,
of
it's
that.
Scott to throw first.
But they were done with
Game
no
on.
fans here. With just points on the line, not 5,000 extra pounds and a chance to double that again.
You could feel the tension, and you did
26.
ask for misses. And there were plenty in that match, but it was Scott Taylor that eventually became the beneficiary of the leg and is now throwing for the match, throwing for a place in the final.
40.
We may have a situation in the final where it is Taylor versus Sykes, which would be maybe part of the script of Champions Week, but my word, we are going left, right and everywhere to try and get there potentially.
59.
But John O'Shea is still fighting in this one. He's going to have to win 2 straight legs to maintain an unbeaten record here tonight. This will work.
140.
On the flip side, there is the potential that one of the final could be between 2 players that have never actually won a week here at MODUS Super Series.
180.
However, that is in more doubt now, thanks to a second maximum from Taylor.
41.
Is it in the stars for him to finally get to the championship match in a series? To etch his name into Bolton history, to join the likes of Ashton, who has won at the World Seniors tonight. Congratulations to Lisa. Paul Williams, Joe Mernon, who's been part of this series.
60.
And Steve Coote, all fantastic
136.
Bolton players. But it's Taylor that has 2 visits
96.
to get the job done to be in the final first. Penny for his thoughts right now.
This is massive. And I imagine as Scott takes to the oche, there'll be a bit of a pause.
60.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Scott,
He's
you
straight
require
for it.
40.
Here he goes. It's the final for Taylor. 2 consecutive
Taylor.
championship games for Scott Taylor. He won week 12 at the expense of John O'Shea, who put up a fantastic fight here this week. But he fails to make the final, and Scott Taylor has gone at least 1 better than the last time he was here on a Champions Night. It was a bit of a scratchy affair at times, but you've got to expect that when it comes to what is on the line. It's going to be a career payday for Scott Taylor, no matter what happens. But John O'Shea, what a week. We'll see more of him in the future. But who's going to play Scott Taylor in the final? Is it going to be Muhlenkamp or is it going to be Sykes? And is he going to take us all the way to that Scott against Tom scripted match that we all thought could happen?
Yeah, the MODUS Super Series isn't just about Champions Week, it's 50 weeks of the year. And you can join us every single Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, just like a real raucous crowd have tonight. Head over to dartshock.tv for more details about how you can be here. Well, Scott Taylor's going to be staying here, and he is going to be playing the jackpot match. He lost out in the semi-finals in Series 3. He has now gone one step better. He got the better of John O'Shea by 4 legs to 2, doubling down on victories on a Saturday night, did Scott Taylor there. As you can see, the trophy has departed us in the studio, and in two games time, somebody's going to be lifting it. Is it going to be that final that we thought was going to be the case at the beginning of the week? Is Tom Sykes going to join him in the jackpot match? Or Ron Meulenkamp, will he make it through to the final? The Dutchman, who's been quietly simmering under the radar as the week's gone along, is the bomb about to explode on Saturday night.
That is Ron Meulenkamp in the final 4.
Ron Meulenkamp. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is Champions Night, and it's time to introduce the second set of semi-finalists. Please welcome to the stage, Ron the Bomb Meulenkamp. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome to the stage, from Castleford, Tom Sykes.
Footsteps of Moreno Michels to make it through to the big money match. Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Lord Turner.
Thank you very much, Henry. Second semi-final, and this one promises just as, if not much, more than the previous one. Well done to Scott Taylor, who has made it to his first series final. But now he will be joined by somebody else who is looking for their first series final. Tom Sykes has played remarkable darts this week, but Ron Meulenkamp, it cannot be ignored, is saving his best for the end. Averaging 97.87 for the night, and that's not because he's had one phenomenal display and one somewhat under par display. He's been consistent tonight.
First leg, it's Ron to throw first. Game on!
By virtue of winning Group 2, he has the darts against Sykes. However, the last time Sykes did not have the throw, he went bananas.
Didn't he just? And he really did need to. I think for him, he needed to put in that kind of performance, but also when your back's against the wall, if you can find that level, find those kind of darts as he kicks off once again with a maximum.
180.
This is just polar opposite to what we saw from Tom opening up the evening, losing to 4-1 to John O'Shea.
I think he enjoyed that maximum. That was his 8th of the night. He's brought that maximum prowess
60
into this 1,351st match of the series.
96.
It's quite interesting to see as well. Tom Sykes obviously had all that pressure, had to win that last game, finds himself in the semi-final, but to me, he's smiling in the background. He's enjoying himself.
Sometimes when you're under pressure, you tend to forget to enjoy it. You're so wrapped up in how you feel. Someone who has got his level of experience might say the pressure's off because they're not expected to do it. However, we've been talking very differently over the last few hours. And I think this is a very fair barometer of where Tom Sykes is. Up against someone
60.
who's represented their country a few times, has done it in the PDC, albeit not winning a senior title
58
at the top level. But I think this is the perfect type of game to find out where Tom is now and where he could be going.
Yeah, you really do feel the sky's the limit for a player that's showing the kind of quality and calibre of Tom Sykes.
Tommy requires
It's the improvement
72.
over a short space of time.
Double 12.
Game
The
shot
break
at
is
first
immediate.
there.
And
Tom
now
Sykes.
all he has to do is hold from here. Sounds easy, doesn't it? I promise you, it isn't.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first.
But this feels like Wednesday,
Game
Laura.
on.
He lost his first game to Wayne Jones, and at that point we thought, hold your horses. Is he stuttering? After that, he didn't look back.
60.
And he seems to have earned a legion of fans in the packed house here tonight at the Super Series.
Do not underestimate why he wore blue. He's in Portsmouth. If that's why he's worn that colour tonight, it's genius.
180.
Well, that's the first 180 for Ron Moulenkamp. I think he's going to need to find a bit more of the same.
45.
Look at the focus. Really wants to be the second Dutch player to make a final. Reno Michaels in Series 5. Lost out
43.
to Jim McEwen by 4-0 in that final. Never really troubled Chucky. Ron is troubled by Mr. Maximum.
Well, we've been searching for a nickname for the whole week, and Mr. Maximum feels very fitting.
Yeah, he has hit more 180s this week than anybody.
Although if you do name yourself something like Mr. Maximum, it does set an expectation every tournament you turn up to.
He has had 44 this week.
And when you consider he didn't play on Friday and Thursday, that's quite a number.
73.
Isn't it just?
It's more than what we had in the first day all put together.
He's trying to do something as well that has only ever been done once. Isn't that right, Laura?
45.
Yeah, absolutely.
143.
Only once has someone won Group A in Champions Week and gone on to lift the title. And the person he's looking to emulate
57.
is no other than Luke Littler. And we all know what he's doing at the moment. Big things.
He wanted to stay on the 20s there. But maybe with that blocked 60, I think in hindsight, Ron is thinking to himself that he should have gone 19s with Dart 2.
78.
He eventually goes down there and does trim the score down.
86.
But Sykes does have a chance to double his lead. At the centre of the board.
41. Ronnie Require,
The
110.
adrenaline will be flowing. There was just a little bit too much in the arm there. Still smiling. Is he still smiling after this dart? He is. Look at him in the background. He was just
78.
eager to get to the
Require,
board.
45.
Absolutely. Like a greyhound after a rabbit, straight up there.
Like a leprechaun looking for the pot of gold.
Game shot the
It's halfway to the championship match. No game here in Portsmouth in this series, in my opinion, has seen such a polarising crowd of England versus Holland. That is a rivalry in sport. When everybody here
55.
seems like they really want that Sykes-Taylor final. The person standing in his way is one of the most
96.
decorated Dutch players not to have won a PDC title. But he's been around an awfully long time. I loved his interview earlier, by the way. He said he was in the BDO
60.
and playing for his country and doing Lakeside as a kid. then he did better in the PDC, and he's looking forward to the next chapter of his career. We are too.
100.
And he may spend an awful lot of time here in 2024.
And we welcome him with open arms. He's kind of got this almost 6-month plan where he's trying to put things together, put things right. And this is a massive step in a good direction for Ron Meulenkamp.
Absolutely right. Sensible.
100.
Almost executed that perfectly. Can't be escaped that Meulenkamp is not playing at the same level as he was in the group. Averaging high 90s, and this is a good 20 points adrift of that, but he's been put under pressure from the very first shot.
83.
As we've mentioned previously, he's here off the back of losing that final to Lamb not being able to play due to receiving a tour card. It feels like it's a bit of an additional chance for him, perhaps relaxing those group stages. Now it's probably feeling very real that that finish line is just a couple of games away.
Yeah, absolutely. When someone wins a week, they can have the best part of 3 months to think about the potential of doing this. When he left in week 7,
95.
he wasn't thinking about this because he didn't think he was coming back. He may not be coming back in this leg. He's going to go 9 for tops.
89.
For a moment, he thought that was good. He just couldn't see the end of the point because of that luminous flight in the way. Well, does he go for the 57 here? 19 off that leaves 89. He can go 51 double 19. Think, Ron, think. He's going to go for the 57. It's in! It's double 16. What a dart that was. What a finish that is! That is unbelievable. Under that pressure. My word.
Well, Flair gets Tom to throw first.
Oh, the bomb-like explosion of a celebration to the crowd. Just letting them know he's in this match as well.
Serious kahunas. He probably could see 25% of that treble 19 at best. It wasn't even to win the leg. But I'll tell you, that is the best dart I've seen this week.
85.
I was going to say something very similar under that kind of pressure. Though he still had to complete the finish. It was hard enough to get there in the first place.
It could change this game as well. Just imagine if he misses the double 16, misses the 57, he gives Tom another crack at the double 10 that he left after missing tops. He could be staring at 3-0 and having to win 4 straight legs. Now he's still got that room for error where he can allow Tom to win a leg and still get through this
43.
match.
And you know it yourself, when you see your opponent kind of struggling to find a place on the oche, not quite sure if there's a route through, you just have that little extra bit of hope. And Ron Meulenkamp just put paid to that for Tom Sykes.
Still in that mid-70s range when it comes to the average.
100.
We are guilty as commentators sometimes of talking about them too much. At the minute, it's all about situational pressure. What pressure are you under for your next visit? 273. You've got to get your calculator out to figure out how to get to 170 or better. 1825 should be the route. Or you could just do this.
180. Tommy Record,
perhaps not
145.
Playing the probability, but what a time for a 180. And you said about situational pressure. There's now a lot of pressure on this Tom Sykes throat.
Ronnie Raquan, 93.
Ron started with the darts and was 2-0 down. Can he bring it level? The last 4 darts have been perfect. Is it 5? Double 9. Change of hockey position.
He knows how big this is. I think everybody in Portsmouth and around the world knows how big this is.
84.
When he threw that, when it was in the air, he thought,
80.
is it there? It just dipped at the end.
And they're the fine margins. Double 10 now required for Tom Sykes for a 3-1 lead.
You can feel the pressure because stepping away is something that Tom has not done this week.
70.
Has it surrounded.
Ronnie require 9.
This situation proves that you must practice shots like 9 because you just never know when you're going to have to hit it.
Game shot on the fourth
Right in the
leg.
middle.
Ron
It's
Muhlenkamp.
best of 3 legs to see who plays Taylor in the final.
Fifth leg, it's Ron
Sykes
to throw
has never
first.
been in a game like this before,
Game on.
where there's £5,000 on the line. Ron Muhlenkamp has played multiple games for this kind of money at Alexandra Palace, something in the region of 100 miles from here.
79.
And after a relatively strong start from Tom Sykes, just dipped off the pace. But Muhlenkamp has really
140.
picked up his. And again, it comes back to that thing. We keep asking questions of Tom Sykes. Can he? Because he hasn't got the experience of doing it. Every time he has found an answer, but Ron's putting him under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, Ron's felt like this before. Just
55.
hasn't for a while. Whereas Tom right now would be super honest in admitting, I've never felt like this before.
57.
But this is why you play the game. This is why you climb the ladder of success. Because you want to see what it feels like. If you can handle how you feel in this situation and succeed, it can take you
45.
far. But that follow through that has plagued Ron's game for the last couple of seasons, it just revisited him there.
58.
Haven't seen too much of that in this match. Wants to avoid any more of that. And just what these players could do, how much it could help them. Just push forward with £20,000 in their back pocket just to help build their careers.
140.
It's actually a little bit more in euros.
$96.
Nice leave. 150 left. It's something that was attempted this week on 3 bullseyes, but this is not the time for that.
60.
No, definitely
We
not.
require 150.
Muhlenkamp down to a finish himself, so sensible play.
54.
Only singles,
Ronnie require 122.
but at least they get him to 2-dart range. 4 18s in the bullseye. He's gone the bull route. He's got it right in the middle. That's 72 left. 2 double 18s is not out of the question, but I think he's going to go for the 16s. Next door does him no good. My word, that bullseye was in the middle.
Perfect, but 48 left now.
Well, had he got the 4 18s, he would have had a shot at that to win the leg. Me personally, getting
90.
the bullseye
Tommy require 96.
still keeps the shot quite hard. 91 left. Double top left. Nothing
Game
left.
shot on the fifth leg. Tom Sykes.
Yeah, absolutely epic finish there from Tom Sykes, and you can see what it means to him. And we mentioned earlier, it was all smiles
Sixth leg, it's
at the
Tom
beginning of
to
this match
throw
in those
first.
opening 2 legs when things were all going his way.
Game on.
He's not smiling now. This is the business end.
Yeah, this is enthralling stuff. You don't need big averages on a Saturday night when the money's on the line. You just need 2 players who are very close
41.
together.
Yeah, we haven't seen the big ton pluses, but we wouldn't expect that at this stage. But what we have seen has been very close, very competitive. And I don't know about you, Paul, but I think this could go the distance.
45.
I think it's arguable as to whether that's his best finish of the night. He's had a couple of pearlers. He had a 1-2-6 in his
100.
second group game on double 6. But he was purring at the time when he hit that. That really was impeccably timed.
55.
Especially when you miss the first start and you recover after that.
You feel 10 feet tall when you do that. If he wins this leg, he'll feel 15 feet tall.
140.
I feel like he's just got that bit of bounce back in his step, Tom Sykes. Won those opening 2, but importantly, by winning his third leg, he stopped that run that Ron Meulenkamp was on.
If he looks at the screen to his left, he'll see Ron Meulenkamp 140 behind. And that will be such a good thing to look at, especially when now he is in the finishing zone to make the final. Nice sportsmanship there from Ron. I think he knows that he created a bit of a noise, not something he meant to do. But the noise will be felt in Portsmouth if Sykes can make the final. Treble needed. Double hit! We get the final we thought we were going to get. It's going to be Sykes against Taylor for the jackpot. But my word, they went through Spaghetti Junction to get there. They both lost their first game of the night, but they will be in the championship game in series number 6. A great recovery from Tom Sykes after he was reeled in that semi-final. It will be a £10,000 game at the end of series 6 coming up. Your final will be Tom Sykes and Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final is now set. Destiny has prevailed, and it is going to be Tom Sykes against Scott Taylor for the £20,000 first prize, and to call themselves the 5th MODUS Super Series champion. We'll be watching all of the action this week in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. He joins me in the studio now. Well, I suppose we could have just played all the other games and we still would have got to this outcome, wouldn't we?
It hasn't been that easy. Tonight has been enthralling. Great darts, high level of play from players all at times. But the semi-finals just go to show it's not about putting in those obliterating displays all the time. It's about just finding a way to win. And I think it would be really interesting to speak to Scott Taylor and to Tom Sykes at the minute about the emotional roller coaster they've been on over the last few hours, because they both lost their first game of the night. And at that point, you're thinking there's a little bit of doubt as to whether it's going to be your evening. And then everything has turned around since then as they both make the final.
Well, let's round off then those two semi-finals. That game between Taylor and O'Shea, it was always a game that was going to go 50-50. And Taylor just seemed to have that little bit of tenacity that's kind of followed him all week.
Yeah, I think when he saw the finish line, he just ran through it. And the expression changes. He's fairly easy to read, is Scott Taylor, because I think he's got two levels. Level and angry. And then he found the angry to get himself across the line. I don't think he's got any problems with tiredness now. One more game, and it could be history for him. But yeah, John O'Shea's been brilliant the last couple of weeks. I think this will ignite some hunger that he really wanted to find when he came to Portsmouth for the first time, a matter of 9 days ago. And I sincerely think that there are great things ahead for John once again, but Scott Taylor's just a little bit further ahead of him right now.
You tend to see with Scott Taylor, as soon as he bites his bottom lip, then you better be careful, because that's like awakening a Hulk when he's angry.
Yeah, and some people can't play like that. People have said for years that when you make Gary Anderson angry, he's going to put in some sort of performance. But we could start talking about Scott Taylor in the same vein. He's not an angry person when he's in this setting. He's amiable. He gives you honest answers, sometimes very funny answers with his honesty. But he's trying to be honest with himself at the minute, which I think is incredibly impressive. For years now, we have wondered what Scott Taylor was going to do. Is he going to be one of those players who makes a PDC Pro Tour final and then just goes off into the distance, and we talk about him every now and again as someone from Bolton who has done something? He didn't want to be that person. He wanted to create something just a little bit more special, and he might just do that in the next 25 minutes.
But there is an old adversary waiting in his wings as he takes on Tom Sykes in the final. He's been the story of the series from pretty much the first dart he threw in week 10. We saw him as a qualifier last time. He didn't make it through to the final. He won a belt though against Chris Quantock. But this time around, we've seen a much better version of him. We've seen a player that's really burst onto the scene.
If you think about the time frame between when he came here for the first time and now, that's a very short space of time. The first time I saw Tom Sykes here, I didn't know a thing about him, and that seems to be a very popular opinion. Even Owen Bates, who was in this studio earlier tonight, was saying exactly that. But now we have someone who we can put pressure on to go and win things. He really is a talented dart player, and when you can come into a Saturday night averaging 97, we have to put him in the same bracket as a Darryl Pilgrim, as some other players who have made a Champions Night, but we may be putting him ahead of someone like Darryl, because someone like Darryl, who has been to 2 of these Champions Nights, he hasn't won here, but he's up against somebody else in this final who's been to 2 Champions Nights and still hasn't won himself.
Did we learn a lot about Tom when that game went 2-2 against one? He came out the blocks really flying, had the opportunity, or thought he had the opportunity to go 3-0 up. Mullenkamp takes the finish out. It then goes back to 2-2. It could have been so easy for things to have gone so wrong so quickly for Tom there.
Yeah, don't underestimate just how much that finish from Mullenkamp in the middle of that match hurt him, because he's thinking, I've missed tops for a 1-1-4, I think it was. I've got double 10 staring me in the face from about 10 feet away, and then he's got to watch a finish like this go. That dart from Ron Mullenkamp is sickeningly good. And look at Tom in the background thinking, how have you hit that? And then he's got to watch him hit the double 16 as well. That is one of the premier finishes we've ever seen on a Saturday night from the Dutchman. But unfortunately, that was the biggest highlight for his night, and he had to leave us after that.
Yeah, so Ron Mullenkamp departs us. This is what we've seen then this evening at the Super Series. The semi-finals have been and gone, but we also had group stage action before. Just to confirm, we lost Rhys Colley and Karen Crabtree in the group stage worth of action. 2 young players who I'm sure we're going to see again very soon.
Yeah, young players, experienced players. And one of the great things about the Super Series over the last couple of years is that everyone's got their own story. Somebody wants to get back to where they were. Somebody wants to get where other people are now, and we are giving opportunities to people to create their own story. We've seen what Littler's done in the last year.
him coming here was a story in itself because we knew what he could do. He's gone on to other things. And who's going to be the face of the Super Series in 2024? If you want to stand up and be that person, you want to get to nights like this and get the job done.
And it's got a bit serious because the lights have changed behind us. I think there's a sense that the big game's coming.
Yep, we all live for this game. It's the biggest game we can offer for the most money and the most amount of glory we can offer here under this Portsmouth roof. I've been here for a lot of these nights, but there's been something extra special about this one. It almost reminds me of the first night we had when Graham Usher was playing against Conan Whitehead. We didn't know what these nights were going to be like back then in October 2022. We know what they're like now, and we look forward to these kind of atmospheres. And it's easy for me to sit here, Henry, and say that every Champions Night has been this good. This has been extra special, and that's not recency bias, which has been something we've talked about a lot this week. It's been special because of the level of intensity the players have brought to the stage on behalf of the fans. They can count themselves very proud for what they've done.
And it's fair to say as well, for whoever wins this is career defining for Tom. It brings him a fantastic platform. And for Scott Taylor, a player who would have felt that he should have been involved in nights like this long before now, has got the opportunity to lift that title that maybe his career deserves.
I think deserve is a very strong word. And I think earlier in the week, Scott did say in an interview that he deserves this title. You get what you deserve. But this is a very MODUS Super Series final. And what I mean by that is the highest payday that Scott Taylor's ever had is £5,000 by winning a week here. He's done that twice. The highest payday for Tom Sykes is by winning a week here. It's very fitting that their next biggest payday is going to be 4 times that in this match. So this place is giving them the platform to do what they want to do.
If Tom Sykes wins this final, could this be one of the most game-changing things we've ever seen at the MODUS Super Series? An ADC qualifier going on and lifting the title. It would be a true vindication of the pathways that they're providing.
Unquestionably. You think about each story that has come from series winners. Conan Whitehead, I think the financial aspect for him was huge. It gave him a bit of security. We haven't seen him in a Champions Night since, but I'm very convinced that we're going to see him in another one in the future. Raymond Smith was on a flight back to Australia within 45 minutes. Or he was going to the airport within 45 minutes of winning this one. We haven't seen him again. I'd love to see him again this year, if that's possible. We know what Littler's done. As far as Jim McEwen's concerned, he just wants to mosey on in the over 50s category and just be a total nightmare for everybody else. So he's writing his story. But for Sykes, so much is possible. Same for Taylor. They want to be elite players. They both have the capabilities, and this will be the best firework display to get them into the sky of what could be a brilliant career ahead.
Just finally, you didn't give me an answer yesterday. Have you got an answer now?
Do we know who's got the bullseye? Because
Scott Taylor won the ball. Scott Taylor won the ball.
Well, it might just be that, because I can sense this one going the distance. We've only had one series final go the distance, and that was when Raymond Smith beat Matt Clark. And I get the feeling that will be the telling factor. So I'm going to go for Taylor, only just.
Right, let's get it on then. Conan Whitehead, Raymond Smith, Luke Littler and Jim McEwen are the names on the MODUS Super Series trophy thus far. A new one is going to be added in around about a quarter of an hour's time. Is it Taylor? Is it Sykes? It's time to find out.
It's the final for Taylor. 2 consecutive championship games. Double hit. We get the final we thought we were going to get.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We are live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It's time to meet the finalists. Would you please welcome to the stage from Bolton, Scott Taylor. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage from Castleford, Tom Sykes.
Here we go then. It was a journey that began on November the 7th, and it all comes down to this, the grand final here in Series 6. Scott Taylor against Tom Sykes for the right to call themselves the champion, to pick up the trophy and to win £20,000. Well, they were the two bookmakers' favourites at the beginning of the night, and to quote our colleague Chris Mason, I suppose you never meet a poor bookie, and the winner of this one will enhance not just their bank balance but their career as well. It'll be a big televised title in the pocket of either Scott Taylor or Tom Sykes. A big game needs a big-time commentary team, and we've got just the ticket for you. It's a very good evening for the final time in Series 6 to Laura Turner and Paul Nicholson.
This is the game we've all been waiting for, and it proves that sometimes games are just meant to happen. Both in their prime.
First leg, it's
in their early 30s, looking to get their name on that.
Game on!
The bullseye in the practice room was won by this man, who has already improved on his best ever
93.
Run in a Champions Week and on a Champions Night. But with Tom Sykes in his way, he's got a familiar foe who seems to be winning fans by the day.
Yeah, he's definitely won over this Portsmouth fan base over here. As you say, possibly down to the clever selection of the shirt, but he has been brilliant all this week, as has Scott Taylor for the last two, and it does feel very fitting that it is these two once again towing the Oki, but this time in the final for the ultimate prize here at the Super Series.
58.
I do wonder as well if Taylor's selection of red might just work against him.
Potentially, at least it's not red and white.
98.
Then I think, yes, that would have been really poor choice.
However, in a final before, Scott has averaged 109
140
against Andy Bolton when he made Champions Week in Series 3. What he would give for something like that to get his hands on the
58.
trophy.
Scott, you require
and an extra £10,000. He starts the stronger in the first 4 visits.
92.
And he does line up the double, but ironically, this is the highest finish that Tom has had all week. He's not going to mirror that.
94. Scott, you require 24.
If double 12 works, it'll be a good sign for Scott.
12.
But what if it doesn't?
Tommy requires 64.
Massive early opportunity here for Tom Sykes. 64 required. Needs another single for double 16.
32.
They both miss.
Scott, you require 12.
By fine margins. The last thing Taylor needs is to go around the houses at the start of the match. That happened earlier when he was beaten by Ron Meulenkamp. It has happened periodically this week.
He has to move across. It is awkward.
16. Scott, you require 12.
Back to sixes.
Game shot on the
and an early lead for Scott Taylor and a chance missed for Sykes. He must break the throw in this match, otherwise he will not
Tom to throw first.
walk away with the trophy.
Taylor's one of those players sometimes as well. If he gets the bit between his teeth, he can run away with it. Tom Sykes
59.
might root that bit of double trouble in the opening leg.
This game proves something very vivid. If you're here at the Super Series, in the second half of that series, evidence states you've got a better chance of making the final and winning it than anything else. Someone from week 12 or week 10 will win this series.
I think if that is a kind of an ongoing trend, perhaps it is because you can still It's really recent. You can still remember the feeling of winning that week, and you can bring it here to finals week.
81.
Henry mentioned we started on November the 7th, and it was 6 days after that Willie Borland won the first week of the series. It feels like an eternity ago.
139.
Just like leg one in this game, we are all living this, but these guys, they're swimming in it.
58. Tommy Require, 120.
We saw Sykes take this out to win the match over Moulenkamp earlier. Can he do it again? Single for double.
Great single. Go back to the middle. Or further to the left.
100.
Oh, this would be hurtful. 15's first, 60 bull. Bullseye.
Game
Monstrous.
Second leg. Scott
He
Taylor.
is a monster when he curls that lip and he says, I refuse to be denied.
First. Game on.
Halfway point for Taylor. He was the favourite coming into tonight. His route getting into
96.
this finals night was Group A and Group B. When he won last week,
44.
it was Group A and Group B. And last week he won 4-0 in the final. Is that going to happen again?
He's making very good inroads into repeating the feat.
140.
It's actually the most popular way of winning a Champions Week. Conan Whitehead, A and B.
140.
Raymond Smith, A and B. Luke Littler, Series 4, A and B. For what Graham Usher did, Matt Clark,
96.
Jacob Taylor of Canada, Colin Osborne and Moreno Michaels in the last 5 series.
140.
5 different runners-up. 4 different champions.
And Sykes has had
96.
opportunities to take those opening 2 legs. Did mention earlier, would he rue those early misses? And potentially he is, because
100.
for me, he's just off the pace and found himself once again up against a very strong Scott Taylor.
95.
By getting that single 19, Tom was not going to leave a finish. And Scott's not going to leave one either.
25.
This might be a time for Scott to just take a big breath and get back to work.
100.
Absolutely all pressure now on Tom Sykes.
Yeah, let him shoulder it. You just give yourself a chance.
55.
Successful dart players have all been in this position where they've had that big lead in a final, and all you want is one chance to get it done.
50.
I think that's sensible from Tom. Imagine if he'd gone for the 60 and the dart landed on the floor for deflection. I hasten to say,
145.
get it hit, Tom. Otherwise, Scott could win.
Double 16.
Game shot.
This time he does find the target.
Tom Sykes.
The crowd once again on their feet, supporting their man, Tom Sykes.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw
That's
first.
some sort of brinksmanship right there. He knows if he misses that Taylor more than likely hits double 18.
The facial expressions on Scott Taylor for me says this is the leg he wants to do
60.
it. Doesn't want Tom Sykes to get any closer than he is. Because as you mentioned, we have had those leads in finals. We've seen it here at the Super Series.
93.
You can see them slowly get eaten away, and then the pressure is all on you.
96.
Doesn't have to go the 19s route here, but is going to do it anyway. Well, he can go 25 here.
99.
But he knows that he's got time on his side. By getting the single 20 there, he's thinking, well, I'll get a 140 next time and I'll leave a match start. That's the positive mindset. Tom is very close to being defeated
by Scott Taylor for the second time this week.
132.
And he would be the only player who has beaten him twice this week. That's how good Sykes has been, but it looks like it's not good enough.
140. He's got your required 40.
Double 10.
30.
3 championship darts
So
missed.
they require 160.
This would be brinksmanship of the highest order.
It would have been, but not to be once again for Tom Sykes. And Scott Taylor will have more championship opportunities.
45.
It's not the nicest double on the board, but he doesn't care about that.
What you require, 10.
He just wants to go at any double, and that double is double 5.
Game shot and the match, and the MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Scott has been sensational for the last 2 weeks, and it is Taylor's turn. He takes Super Series 6 and cashes big at the expense of Tom Sykes. Laura Turner, what a final that was.
Yes, Scott Taylor been absolutely outstanding, as has Tom Sykes all this week, but it is Scott Taylor who finds himself victorious. A 4-1 win. Ended up being a relatively comfortable win for Taylor, but as we said, he's one of those players, he likes to be a front runner. Averages down on what we've seen from them, but 88-18 was enough to see off Tom Sykes, who had an 82-74. No 180s from the two players that delivered the most 180s over the week, but a high checkout there from Scott Taylor of 125. Tom Sykes did try to mount a charge, had that 64 checkout. Thought he was coming back, but 1 from 6 on the outer ring for Tom Sykes. And that ultimately is what cost him in those early legs. But you have to really say kudos to Scott Taylor. He's been here for 2 weeks. He has been professional throughout the whole experience, and he has won the title. Well, Paul has hot-footed it down from the commentary box down to the stage, and he's going to be having a chat with Week 6 champion Scott Taylor.
Scott Taylor, Super Series 6 champion. How does that feel?
It's great, mate. I'm not sure what to say. I've been a long 2 weeks, but I played quite well in most of my games, so I'm happy with how it's gone. You
lost your first game tonight. How were you feeling after losing to Moolenkamp? Did you think that you had a lot to do from there?
I was in big trouble. big trouble. I was lucky. The game against Cam was good. Let's just get through, and then I knew I'd only needed 2 games, so luckily I got through.
The question that's been asked of you a lot over the last few days about your energy levels. How do you feel now?
Awful. Honestly, awful, mate. Oh, it's just adrenaline, I think. So I felt great when I woke up this morning, and then going into that last game, then I was spent and gone.
What was the key to the success? Because you've won 2 back-to-back weeks, and your energy levels have been tested. But on the dartboard, what has been the one thing that's seen you through this?
Bottle, I think. Hitting the right shots when I needed to. A lot of it come down to, but I won a lot of games this week, to be fair, so I'm happy.
I know a lot of people here in Portsmouth saw somebody in blue against you in that final, and they were cheering for him, but you looked very determined throughout this challenge. How are your emotions right now? Because you're about to get your fingerprints on a trophy that's got some great names on it. How proud are you of the achievement that you've just accomplished?
Amazing, mate. Obviously, it's not sunk in yet, but Tom gave me a few beatings in the group, so I wanted to get him back. He's a good lad and he's a very good player, so I'm happy.
The northwest of England tends to give us some good players. You're in the shadow of the likes of Lisa Ashton, Steve Coote, Paul Williams, these kind of players. You know them all. You can add your name to that list now, but what's the journey going to be this year? 2024 could be a really big year for you.
I hope so. I'm not going to do the challenge though, because it's just time off work and stuff. But hopefully this is just the start now. So we'll see what happens and just take it every day as it comes.
Just before we let you get your hands on the trophy, £20,000 is a lot of money, and it's dwarfed your biggest paycheck to date. Do you have any plans for it? What will it do to change your life?
I've got another baby on the way, so I think she's already spent it, so we'll see what happens.
Sounds very familiar to Series 1 when Conan Whitehead won. Well, here we go. That was Scott Taylor. What we're going to do now is hand you over to our MC, that is Owen Binks.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Presentation, business-like from Scott Taylor, one of his biggest victories of his career. He takes the £20,000 cheque, he takes the trophy with him, and he is the man who reigns beneath the gold confetti this evening. He hasn't even taken the trophy with him, and it's straight off stage. It's there, it is his. I promise it is Scott Taylor's trophy, but you know what? It's been absolutely business-like from first up to even the trophy lift. He's not taking it home.
Yeah, no, he's been outstanding, and like we've said before, not just this week, but 2 consecutive weeks. I mean, he really has put in a shift. I know deserve is the wrong word, but if anyone's work ethic is anything to go by, yes, Scott Taylor is definitely, he's worked very, very hard to get his hands on that trophy and the cheque.
Well, it really was a fascinating finale, and a fitting finale to Series 6 because of the storylines we had involved in there. Scott Taylor, a player who's been here so many times, he's made it through to a Champions Week, a Champions Night before. Tom Sykes, ADC qualifier, who certainly, well, he did the ADC proud, he did his family proud, and he did absolutely everybody proud in the end. But it is Scott Taylor who runs out the victor in the end in that one. And, well, he adds his name to a real illustrious list of winners as far as this competition is concerned. Conan Whitehead won the very first edition of the MODUS Super Series. So Raymond Smith, he's still the lineal champion. Luke Little at winning it a couple of times himself. And of course, Jim McEwen, who's now lost that title of defending Super Series champion. So Scott Taylor joins that illustrious list of names that has won that trophy. And there it is, the magnificent MODUS Super Series trophy. Scott may not be holding it, but on that engraving is going to be his name. And that's something you can never take away from him.
Absolutely not. That's it. He's got it there. He's done the job. He's, you know, and like, as I say, he's worked very hard. But like you were just saying there, it really does take 2 to tango, and you have to take your hat off to Tom Sykes. You know, month after month, whenever we've seen him, he's improved. He's gone one step further. But yeah, I just think there was something about destiny about those 2 meeting in the final, but perhaps a little bit of destiny there for Scott Taylor as well.
Just a word on Tom Sykes, because he has been a breakthrough start for everybody, really, the ADC himself. And you get the sense this isn't going to be the last time he's going to be here.
Absolutely not. No, I think all the players that we've seen here, you know, I'm very hopeful they're all going to be coming back. Obviously, Scott Taylor now has something very big to try and come back and defend. And we've seen it with, you know, with the likes of Jim McEwen. It's quite hard just to get yourself back into Champions Week. But yeah, I've got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing a lot more of Tom Sykes and the rest of the crew here at the MODUS Super Series.
And Scott Taylor's got work first thing on Monday morning, 8 o'clock.
Yes, I know. He's been missing for 2 weeks. What's he been doing? Well, he's been doing some very good things here. But yeah, that's the life of a dart player. You know, it's quite hard. It's only the top guys really that can kind of dedicate all that time, become a professional. But hopefully the £20,000 that he's picked up, you know, that'll go a long way to help supporting him go forward with his career.
Yeah, I think it was annual leave used very smartly, I think. And do you know what a series it's been, Laura? You know, we struggled either side of Christmas. Yes, a couple of players went on to win their tour cards, and so we didn't see them at this Champions Week. But I feel like we've learnt a lot in Series 6. We've learnt the strength in depth about the ADC, not just in the UK, but in Europe. And we've seen players that in the past we've seen here and have had okay appearances. They've turned them into runs, they've turned them into wins, and the future's looking very bright for this project.
Very much so, and it's great to see, you know, although we have lost people that have got their tour card, you know, the likes of Chris Lamb and the likes of Willie Borland, who did win weeks here, but obviously couldn't come to Champions Week. On the backside of that, we've seen people like Connor Scott and other talents, Darren Webster, that have come here, and then, you know, we get to enjoy them here at the Super Series. So it's a bit of a cycle, but what I love about it, the ADC players, when you think, from the semi-finals, we had 2 players, one from ADC Europe and one from the ADC. It's just a testament to it's working, it's doing good things, and it's great to see. And I think, you know, we're going to get another, you know, real big big shining light coming through from the ADC very, very soon.
Do you think you can lift this trophy? Head over to dartsatlas.com and you could be a part of those ADC qualifiers that will give you possibly the opportunity to play here at the MODUS Super Series. And I suppose Scott Taylor's been a player that for so long has gone under the radar. He's not going to be allowed to do so now. But what do you think this is going to do for him in terms of a springboard?
Yeah, it's just massive, isn't it? It's what everyone that comes here is working towards. It gets you noticed. It's not just the check, it's not just the title, although they are the key things, especially in the moment, but it's what that can happen after it, the confidence you can take from doing it, the fact that you're one of those very few elite names engraved on the trophy, and then perhaps some endorsements and some sponsorships. You know, lots of things can happen off the back of it, and I for one, hope they do.
Do you know what? It's been good fun, hasn't it?
It's been wonderful. I've really thoroughly enjoyed my week here.
Well, Laura, thank you very much for your company. Thank you to everybody for your company as well, and for you at home for joining us, not just tonight, but throughout the course of 13 weeks. And I suppose the simple question is, what have we learnt in Series 6? Well, we know the strength in depth in terms of the ADC is as strong as ever. There's players of the past that are hoping to turn themselves into big names, and there's new names emerging. And the good thing about Series 7 is we're going to get some new names to come, some players who dropped off the PDC Pro Tour at the back end of 2023, some new ADC stars that are looking to emulate the likes of Tom Sykes. But as far as Saturday night at Champions Week is concerned, well, it's Scott Taylor who was the Superman at the Super Series. Bye from us.